Hello and welcome, friends. I'm James, Opcost Games, and this is where we play board games. Try to help you find games you love so you can share them with people you care about. Today, I'm going to check out this little ditty, Unconscious Mind. This is not a little game whatsoever. This is sort of about Sigmund Freud and, learning to interpret dreams and psychoanalysis and that sort of thing. And it is definitely a heavier game, and I have grossly underestimated the effort to set it up. So, Allison, nice to see you. Off cost on a Friday, absolutely. I decided to just do a, pop-up Friday stream. I was going to start this quite a few hours ago, but I wasn't feeling super hot. So I actually took a little nap, and then here I am. But unfortunately, I thought, surely, 25 minutes is enough to get stream ready to go and set this game up. And I was wrong. I was absolutely not even close to correct. So we're gonna set it up together here, and then try the solo mode out. On that note, or before we get there, rather, Jack, thanks for the resub. Appreciate you. I feels weird to say. You mentioned in your note there, every stream gets better and better. This is the least prepared I've been for stream in a hot minute. So I don't know how true that is, but appreciate you anyway. Thank you. So on that note, let's take a look at the mess I have before me here. Okay. I do have the collector's edition of this game. I kickstarted this. It has a number of play mats, which you otherwise, strictly speaking, wouldn't necessarily have, but takes up the same amount of space anyway, pretty much, I think, because we're going to end up positioning a bunch of cards and stuff around this. So we got the city map here that we're going to be following Professor Doctor, I don't know, Freud around the city here. Okay. There's some dreams and stuff that are going to be over on this guy. We got the meeting table, this dude here, where we are going to be kind of taking a lot of our gameplay is going to actually happen on this. I probably need to move it around a bit to get it a little bit more appropriately placed for the camera, but we're going to be sharing our ideas, and when we do so, that allows us to take actions. At least from my reading of the rules, this is the single kind of biggest, most frequent gameplay element. And then we've got our own player board down here, where a bunch of other stuff is going to be happening. And all this stuff has, this is super nice. This is a double layered board with, spots for everything. It's actually, honestly, it's a little absurd. One of the things that kind of took a little time with the setup, the things I underestimated here, is I opened this up and then there's a ton of components, but then they ship you the collector's edition components, and they send them in this separate little box, right? And I think that nice components add a real kind of, I don't know, they're the aesthetic and kind of, I don't know, just the general appeal of games that look and feel nice. It's very tactile and tangible, and I think it adds to the gameplay experience. At least for me, it does. So I figured, hey, I should use these collector's edition components, right? Does your sweater match the board? Pink is my favorite color, and I did pick pink as my player color, so I guess so. Good luck on stream. Thanks, Jack. So, anyways, I'm going through these nicer components, and we have this. You can't really see that on here, but I'll show you on the little cam. This is a player token that we're going to use. That's this is an acrylic like, you know, bottle with a cork in the top or whatever. And it's like, that's a pretty nice thing instead of some like little, you know, cardboard chit or something, right? But this is the base game one, and the collector's edition one has a literal cork and is like, oh, it doesn't show up very well here. I'll do that maybe. It's like, this one is very clearly just like pink plastic, and this one like is, I don't know, looks almost glass-like. It isn't, but it does look that way and has an actual cork. And there's just a ton of things like this where it's like, the base game was totally above my expectations, and the upgrade to the collector's edition bits is like super incremental, right? Like, they have these tokens for like when you get like 100 points or dollars or something. And the base game one, it's like a screen printed wooden token. And the base game one is just a screen printed wooden token. And the collector's edition one, there's like a nice little like frilly edge on it. That's the difference. It's so unnecessary. It feels like super gratuitous. I don't know. I do like a good looking game with a bunch of atmosphere as well. Agreed. But it's sort of like, I think you get this just out of the base game. Like, let me see if I can find that token. Yeah. Where's mine? Here's the base game one. Wooden. Looks nice. And it's actually in here sealed. Hopefully I'll just show it through the plastic. I'm not going to open these up. But it's like, it has like a nice edge to it. I don't even know if you can see that on stream. It's like so minor. Anyways, it's cool. I'm not complaining by any means. I like nice components. I was just amazed. I ordered this, you know, 2 years ago or something, right? And I didn't remember the details of the difference between these things, and I was just surprised at how good the base level was. And then it's like, where do you go from there? I know, let's put a nice little edge on the pieces, sort of thing. Anyways, whatever. I best get to actually setting this up, or I'm going to be monologuing about pieces all day long. This, I will say, this game has a monstrous setup requirement. Okay, setup is a cool 6 pages in this rulebook, and don't forget that we're actually playing the solo mode, which includes its own separate 2 additional pages of setup information, and it's not really clear where this interferes with this, so that feels kind of stupid, but we're just gonna run with it and see what happens. Appreciate good quality games pieces adds to the whole game experience. Agreed entirely. All right, so let's do this here. So we have district tokens. Those are these little guys. Okay, says that we need to take these and sort them by color. There's 3 colors which correspond to the 3 qualities of things that we're going to be working on in this game, which is a quality like parameter, not not quality how we would typically use it, like you know. So there's freedom. What are they? I don't even remember. There's 3 colors here. Now I feel dumb. Growth, freedom, and passion are the 3 qualities, and a lot of the components are going to correspond each of those, and then they can also be present in different levels: minor, median, or major. So, you know, that makes sense to me. I know what I'm talking about. Okay, so these tokens are gonna go in here. Basically this map, this city map here, we're going to be traveling around this city map. This is kind of one of the parts that, at least according to the like intro text for this game, is like one of the more maybe thematic pieces, where essentially we're traveling around and supposed to emulate meeting essentially a club that followed Sigmund Freud around and discussed psychoanalysis, right? Specifically like with respect to dreams. So this was the Wednesday Psychological Society, according to this paragraph that I read here, and I've done literally zero research to know whether that's actually true. I don't know a lot about the subject matter, honestly, so that's a thing. But anyway, step 1 complete. Let's go. We got our upgraded coin for Sigmund Freud's reputation marker. Okay, I'm not doing this. We're cheating here. We're gonna cheat. We're just going... We're randomizing where this guy starts. And instead of actually randomizing it using tiles, because I don't know what the hell tiles it's talking about, we are just going to take one and put it somewhere at random. Call it a day. There. We're putting him there. I'm calling it done. Oh wait, hold on. We got the collector's edition. We could either have this guy, this wooden meeple, smoking a cigar, or we can have the nice mini smoking the cigar instead. We're gonna use the mini this time because we can. Oh, I see. The tile I was trying to find is literally, it's these ones sitting beside me right here. So we can actually do the randomization part. Okay, so far we've made these stacks in the middle. We've picked one of these tiles and placed Freud's figure on that. We've put his reputation to 1. These are location goal tiles, and we are going to put them on their respective spots down here. It tells me the placement does not matter, so I'm going to take them at their word. All right, and so now we're going to set up the meeting table over here. This is going to matter. Okay. Our setup. We set up the game for 2 players. Okay, so we're going to need some player components from somebody else. Over the course of this game, of course, I put these like deep in this box, covered by a majillion other things, because I was certain that I was not going to need them anymore. Jesus, I could have just left this tray out, but that, unfortunately, would have been clever. And we all know that no one hangs around here to witness me being clever. So, all right, so we have these tokens. This is actually one of the cool things within the game, I think. So we're gonna use these little talking icons. This is like the kind of primary way that we take our actions most of the time. And this is like us kind of sharing ideas at these meetings, right? So you got these little you know, talking bubble things. And we're going to end up actually placing them on these spaces up here, okay? But it's like, if I want to take this action, I can place one of these on any of the spaces such that the little tail on the speech bubble, the little bottom, you know, pointy bit, points to the action I want to take. And I can actually put multiples here. So when I'm doing this, I can put up to 2, and then I can take that action twice. But then I can no longer take this action like by placing these in pointing to the same one. I could place this here, but it would have to point to a different action, right? So you can take each action kind of up to twice per kind of phase here, but you have to do that by committing to it at one time. And additionally, you kind of get like a minor reward for actually spreading out on these, for having, you're very limited on how many of these pieces you have, and having them more spread out gets you coffee, which is a resource in this game, which I kind of like. So anyways, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. I'm looking forward to it. So, oh, we actually need 2 player colors. We're blocking off all of the spaces. I mean, I could also just not use these instead of actually blocking them, but too late now. We're blocking off all of the spaces on the edge here. All right. All right, we are taking 12 notebook tiles. There's a group of level 1 and level 2 tiles. Ooh, these are these ones, maybe? This is one of the things where it was a little bit less obvious to me. There we go. All right, these are level 2 tiles. These are level 1. We need 12 of each. So we're just going to give these a little shuffle. Punched these out myself just today. They were very sorted, but I don't know that it matters. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Rest of these are gone. While I'm here doing this, I surely could take this opportunity to get rid of this here forbidden candy. While this game, oh, what the hell is that? Oh, that's this. Whoop. While this game is huge and has a majillion components, remarkably, only had 2 little pieces of forbidden candy, which is not gonna do a whole hell of a lot for our forbidden candy jar, though this is getting pretty full. It's a little glary, it's hard to see, but like, you know, it's more than 2, it's 3/4 full, I'd say. So we're getting there, When we fill our forbidden candy jar, we will have a extra fun marathon stream. But before we do that, we're gonna actually have another fun stream coming up, because it is my streamiversary. It feels really awkward to kind of try and execute on this because I haven't been streaming lately. I took a little break there for basically all of November, and I'm just getting back to it now. This is, I think, my 2nd stream on Twitch, and I took like 3-4 weeks off. So kind of feel like I lost some momentum there, But Twitch lets you kind of fudge. They do some stuff to help support your stream anniversary, and you can kind of fudge the number plus minus 2 weeks. I kind of want to keep it vaguely close to that too. It's no sense celebrating that milestone like 4 months off from when it actually happened, right? So in any case, what I've decided to do is we are going to celebrate my stream anniversary here on Tuesday, this coming Tuesday. And I have literally no idea what that looks like. I think I'm going to try and do a fun stream, maybe have some, I don't know. I don't want to commit to too much actually. But we're going to do something, probably a couple of giveaways, probably a longer stream, maybe something goofy. Maybe I'll even sneak a guest in here or something, but no promises on that. Anyways, that's coming up soon. So, back to setting this up. All right, I guess we need we also need 12 notebook tiles from this other pile. We're just gonna try and grab some out of here and call it random. 4, 5, 6. I don't know how similar these are. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We're calling that random. Sounds awesome. A guest. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. I have made no plans with anyone with respect to a guest. I am not well set up to have a guest on stream presently. I don't know what game we would play, and I haven't figured out the logistics of that whatsoever. This is all probably a bit of a reflection of the fact that I really haven't been streaming much lately, but we'll get there. We'll figure it out. All right, so we are going to shuffle these level 1 notebook tiles. Okay, there are 2 sides to each of these. There's a main side and there is a banner side. The banner side indicates extra actions that we can do, but we want these to be main side up for now. So I have to get these facing the right way. Martina would be so proud of me facing these tiles, sorting them all dutifully. She's at work right now, so won't be watching, but I'll tell her, I'll report back, and I'm sure she'll be proud. All right, so we've shuffled those up. We're going to shuffle up these level 2 ones in the same fashion. No banners showing. I think these ones are a lot closer to sorted because I did that earlier. Nice. Lady Opcost could be your guest on Tuesday. Just saying, we miss her. Yeah, I mean, that depends a lot on Martina and her commitments, but there's a world where I could con her into doing that, you know? So... okay. So we are going to put this level 1 stack right out here, up on this, the very top. Let's see, do I need to move this? I think I do. Let's slide this down a bit so that it's more on camera, since we know a lot of the game is going to take place here. We're going to flip one of these over to its banner side for there, and also for here, and then presumably we're going to do the same for the level 2 stack. Yeah. So we're going to put the level 2 stack here, flip these out. All right. Client and dream displays. I suspect that this has a lot of this board up here. There are different types of clients. So ultimately this is a game, you know, about like psychoanalysis, right? And helping, like, basically this is like therapy, right? This is come sit on this couch and tell me about your dreams and let me interpret them for you, right? And one of the important parts here is that there are clients that we are going to be treating. So there's different client cards, and I'm just trying to figure out which is which, having not played the game before. So these ones here are these ones. Hey, thanks for that follow. Appreciate you. These are our routine clients, okay? Routine clients are ones that, well, they're exactly what they sound like. Basically, these are going to give us ways of gaining like special rule bending abilities throughout the game, okay? And then we also have our case study clients, and our case study clients are going to give us like ways, generally ways to score end game points, right? So presumably we want to focus on treating some routine clients earlier in the game to gain some fancy powers, and the case study clients later to get some points at the end of the game. You know? We'll have to see how that goes. Hey, look at that. We hit our 370 follower goal with that follow. Appreciate you. Feel like that's one of the other things that just has sort of really dropped off lately. I've not been streaming much, and when I have been streaming, it's one of the things actually that I want to get into. I have a bit more flexibility in terms of when I can stream now. I'd like to do some more daytime streams. I think it looks like they're generally better for the board game audience. I know I was getting a lot more growth back in the day when I was able to do more daytime streams rather than weekend streams. Like a matinee, you know? So hoping to push a little harder on that, but also not sure quite what that looks like just yet. All right. I'm not sure exactly where these guys are supposed to live. I guess. Okay. We get grief cards. They're funky. They look like this. Oh, that shows up really weirdly. They're like a plastic overlay. So this exists, and we get to add layers of grief to this. This really wants to twist and not play nice. Oh, it's because they're slightly larger. It's going to add to the difficulty of treating our clients, and generally it looks like uncomfortable, I think, when that's on top of there, right? But it's these weird clear cards, you know? I've seen these remind me a lot. There's games like Canvas, for instance, is one that comes to mind that uses cards like this. This is kind of I think a recent gimmick we've seen a lot in board games, where we get these transparent cards and you stack them, right? Each has like some number of components, and what would have been, 20 years ago would have just been set collection. We can actually almost like sort of build cards now. And there's no way I'm doing this. This is a job I need to ask for help from Martina for sure. I think each of these has like a individual film on it that needs to be taken off. Certainly it did for Canvas, and they look a little hazy, and I'm pretty sure that's the case. I can't even tell because it's like, an exercise in picking at this thing with your fingernail, and I just can't do it. Oh, maybe I can do one. Why am I doing this challenge live? That's dumb. Anyways, so they're very transparent when that's off, actually. Quite a bit of an improvement, honestly. I don't know if that's really visible on stream, but these are super cool, right? Like this is just, I think that's these sorts of card things feel a little gimmicky at times, but they're also practical. So anyway, it's the grief deck in this game. So we're going to shuffle this up. Okay, so our routine clients. Oh, there's even an icon. Our routine clients go here. Okay, we're gonna put 2 out. Oh, you guys can't see that because it's off camera. Routine clients go here. We're gonna put out 2. Okay, these are ones that are gonna give us funky abilities that we can do. I don't know if I've shuffled this other deck, so we'll give it a quick shuffle. Our case study clients are gonna go over here. Okay, these are more for end game scoring. You can see that it shows more like scoring conditions. Maybe you guys can't see that. Anyways, our grief, which should be individually peeled, but I am not doing that. We're gonna shuffle them up, and they go in this funky. It looks like what are the things called? The inkpot things, Rorschach. So yeah, we put them in this little dispenser, and then we place these on top of every single client that's here. And you can see that basically the hearts that are shown at the bottom is the most important thing to know right now, is the hearts that are shown at the bottom of this. Wow, these are really persnickety to get lined up. The hearts shown at the bottom is how much effort we need to put in to like cure this client, okay? And when we cure them part way, they undergo like catharsis, and we get rid of this grief layer. It's pretty cool. All right. So then, so those are our client cards. In addition to clients, we also have dreams. So the dreams are what the clients are going to be talking to us about. We're interpreting those dreams. And we have latent dreams, and then we have manifest dreams. That's these ones, and we have latent dreams. So there's 2 different sets of dreams here. Whoops. So if I understood correctly, these latent dreams, these ones here, you're not always will we have them, but sometimes we will. And they have to be resolved first, whereas the manifest dreams, that's this deck, are always going to be there. All right. We get to flip out. And these remind me a lot of the art in like Dixit or something like that, where it's like, these are clearly ethereal, dreamy, weird, you know, bizarre stuff. You know, they're maybe a little less crazy, or they're perhaps a little bit more straightforward. There's sort of one piece of zaniness, whereas those cards in Dixit are like, everything's crazy, right? But they're definitely weird, I think would be fair. Okay. Now, if I had been clever, I probably would have taken an opportunity to check in on the setup here and make sure that none of this other stuff had to change. It looks like player setup is a little bit different, but otherwise we can keep going. So we're most of the way through the setup over here. So, all right, we have research cards, okay, because we are able to publish research, okay, and this is going to help us achieve some end game goals, or rather we need to get these research cards and then we can publish like a treatise on whatever. Okay, psychology and alchemy, for instance. And doing these is going to help us. Like, we got to put in our time in order to publish our research, basically. Okay. So these correspond to the same colors of freedom and whatever the other parameters were that I don't remember, the other qualities. Freedom, passion, and something. Hey, Martina. You on a break? I'm surprised to see you. I know you're not done work yet. All right. Where do these things go? I'm going to assume they go here. The deck and the 2 cards that we're supposed to draw. Take a wild guess. Okay. Oh no, I missed a grief card. Put that in there. Oh, admin. Martina, these are like the cards in Canvas where they're like a transparent overlay card and they've got individual film on them. And I've announced to everyone that I'm going to enlist your help in getting the film off of them because, you know, it makes me hate my life when I try to do it. And not that I want to give you a terrible job to do or anything, but I think you actually enjoy that sort of thing. So, hopefully I'm right. Okay, so we're going to put these out here in a little stack. I guess if we're going to stack them, we have to actually stack them bottom to top, or we can't see anything. That would be foolish. All of these are available to us, so the order in which I'm stacking them here doesn't matter. It just matters that we can like see the respective icons. I feel like, oh, here's the one I'm missing. I feel like I have to be missing more. There's clearly room for another 2 slot here, but there's one of each color. That seems to make sense. Well, maybe some of this is optional. This is like, there's a dashed line here. Maybe this might be, there is this whole thing that I'm completely ignoring because, good God, there's enough to this game without it. There's a Nightmares expansion. You know, because what would talking about dreams be like without talking about our nightmares as well? So we're just going to set this one aside for now because there's enough confusion with just the base game here, right? Okay, the only other thing we need is our Bright Idea tokens. Those are these guys. These let us bend the rules a little bit. They're fancy foil tokens. Shiny, you know? They're also worth points at the end of the game when we don't use them. But they let us, for instance, take actions on the board here without placing out our markers, which means we potentially, you know, have fewer restrictions on our future actions if we use those Bright Idea tokens. Okay, so we are done the game setup. Now we just need to do the player setup. And I know that the player setup involves quite a bit. Oh. Oh, crap. Okay. We actually need these to be arranged in a particular way, not on the board here. So, womp womp. Okay. So basically we're just putting them in columns over here. we're just gonna hide them in the corner because we can. Where the hell else am I gonna put them? Game's huge. Like, my table's enormous, to be clear, and I feel extremely cramped playing this. So it's not the biggest game we've ever had on the table here, but I feel like games and table space, modern games are huge. That is a real thing. Okay. So let's do our player setup. Oh wait, this is, here I am in the, do I just do this player setup instead? Oh, it tells me which steps are different. Okay, I'm just gonna go through player setup normally, and then we'll reconcile with the solo rules later and hate ourselves for it. So, okay, we get a player board. That is this. We are playing as pink here. We have a name. I don't know who we are. I'm not familiar. Sabina Spielren. I have no idea who that is, but probably a real historical person. We also have this little board here. This matters a lot. This corresponds to those 3 qualities that we talked about earlier. We're going to have pieces on this that we're moving that we get to place in each of the 3 qualities, and then this is the minor, median, and major levels that we talked about. And a lot of this is like the resources that we're going to be spending during this game are all going to be sort of tracked on this little dial here, right? Okay. We also have an office. This is our office because we need to invite in our clients. Can I fit this? Sort of. Sure. We'll say that fits. We'll call that successful. Perfect. Flawless victory here. Okay. So we have our inkpot, which is the fancy schmancy one with a real chunk of cork in it. That was worth it. That was worth the like $100 extra or whatever it was. We're gonna put that there. Okay. We have a heart-shaped box marker. How many heart-shaped boxes do we get? Heart-shaped boxes, we can trade resources from here for heart-shaped boxes, which we can then use as part of therapy. We can also get therapy points other ways without doing that, but it's one of the ways we can do it. Okay. We start with some coffee. We start with 4 coffee. It means I'm going to take a sip of coffee while we do it. We put some of our ideas out here. So these are the markers with which we take actions for a lot of the game. And we're going to unlock more of these. So I think the pink ones look kind of like a brain. They're a bit floral for brain matter, maybe. And I mean pink, not gray or whatever, but still. They look like a comic book brain to me. This is our supply of ideas that we can use. We have insights. These are the things that we're going to, insights are what we're going to track as resources over here. So we have 6 that are in our player color that aren't actually available to us yet. Okay. So basically over the course of the game, we're going to end up filling these spaces here with tiles from the board up here. Okay, so there's this grid, 3x3 grid. There's columns and rows, both of which are important for gameplay with this kind of rondel that's over here. And we're going to be putting these tiles in them over the course of the game. And then as we complete rows and columns, respectively, we're going to get the player-colored markers. These are sparkly, as my mom would say, and pink, because they're mine. We will also have a small supply of neutral insights, which are not in our player color. Okay, these are just clear. Still sparkly, but just clear. These guys we can use for taking actions and so on. We need our own player colors in order to publish a treatise on alchemy or whatever in order to get lots of points. So we're going to put these in the center reserve space here. When we get these out onto the board, that's called generating an insight, right? So move them from the center over to there. That's generating an insight. Once they're there, they can be like, upgraded or downgraded. And we can also sometimes take an action to transfer them into the adjacent or into other colors. But none of those we can do freely. We always have to be taking actions in order to earn the ability to manipulate these things. All right, we got our scoring marker. We have the base game, pathetic, non-frilly edge scorer marker, but that's okay. Here's the... I'm blind and couldn't see the scoring track. It's right there. The player who most recently made a Freudian slip becomes the starting player. I guess that's me. We'll see if that's actually true in the setup for the bot. All right, and then we have a reputation marker here as well. We have no reputation. We are reputationless. We have 0. I mean, Freud only has 1, so we're not doing that bad. Okay, I think some of these remaining steps here are going to be different because of the solo mode. So let's see. I can't believe how long this is taking. What's this? Wow, this looks so complex. Yeah, there's a lot here. So, so normally I get games set up before I start streaming them, and that didn't happen today because there's so much on the go here. This is like a pretty heavy game. I mean, this is a first play for me, so we'll see. But there's definitely a lot happening here, and it is absolutely eating up this table like nothing. So we're just finishing up setup, and then we're going to get started here shortly. Of course, I'm playing this solo, and the solo mode has different setup rules. So I'm trying to make sure I don't make a mistake because I have not played this yet before. All right. Okay, so we need all of these solo mode things. Including these guys. One token that I have no idea. There it is. All right, got all our solo mode components. Sweet. Remember when I said, because I was being like really clever and just said to myself, oh, I'll just set up the bot player later. It'll be fine. It modifies the existing setup. Like, how hard can it be? Yeah, somehow I need to have another player board on the table for the id player. That's the bot. How the hell am I going to achieve that? No one knows. So let's see here. We'll choose the bluiest color because, you know, Martina, her favorite color is blue and she's our enemy. And we're just going to try and have this guy live over here. And I don't think we need the insight board, this thing, the circular thing. I think we just need the player board. Dear God, I hope so, because otherwise we're not going to be able to fit this. Okay, and we need another player. Oh, where did I put them? Things I didn't think. Oh, you know what? Just like previously, I buried some stuff in here. Well, guess what? The other thing I need is also buried in there. All right. This guy needs an inkpot. And we take this inkpot overlay token and we cover up the left one with it, I guess. Oh, he has coffee and heart-shaped boxes that we need to drag. So we basically just have to set up a whole other player, which I did not prepare for whatsoever. Mistakes were made. Where did I put the coffee markers? Why would I have kept them out? Like every single thing that I could have needed, I conveniently put in the box. Whoopsie doodles. Okay, so we're gonna need these guys. So I guess we're gonna do what I had suggested. We're gonna just not use the outside edge spaces. Those are the wrong one. Ugh. Why did I do this to myself? Why am I punishing myself with this so far away? Anyways, we're gonna need all of his stuff. Probably a more complicated bot than most games with a solo player. That's okay. He doesn't need insights, so that's cool. Well, we're gonna need his reputation marker, presumably. He also starts with no reputation. He is a fool, just like us. He does start with a bright idea, which doesn't make me particularly happy, but that's okay. Jerk. All right. So we get a random office room card. Let's see what we get. Whatever the hell that is. I don't know if he needs one or not. How am I going to keep his office room here? Okay. All these are also going to slide up. I'm knocking shit over. We're going to pretend that that didn't happen. Put this over here. Holy schmolies. Does this ever take up a ton of space? All right, so we're going to draw routine client cards equal to the number of players plus one. So we're going to draw 3. Okay, so these are the 3 routine client cards that we've drawn. Now, normally we would draft these, but our bot friend here is going to mess that up. That's unfortunate. Okay. So, something I didn't know. Remember these cool transparent cards? 5 of them, unbeknownst to me, are starting ones. And we need these starting grief tiles for these draft. I probably need to take the other starting ones out. There we go. 2 more. And I should replace this one. Random is random, so it'll be fine. Okay. Okay, so we have this compass arrow here. It's gonna help the id choose which card. So we gotta start this somewhere. So we're just gonna flip this thing. Okay, it is pointing left. So he's going to draft this card. And then this compass arrow is gonna rotate to the right. So the next time he makes a choice, he's going to choose the one that's on the right. So we're going to put this guy over here in his office. We each have only 1 room in our office until such time as we are a little bit more reputable. You know, nobody knows who we are. We're doing this newfound thing where we talk about stuff. Weird. So until we're reputable, we only have 1. Well, it's not really our reputation. But anyway. We have only 1 room in our thing. Okay, so he's going to take the manifest dream card with the most therapy points on it. And the arrow would break ties. But the one that has the most on it is this one. Okay. We'll have to put a latent dream in there first. That's this guy. Well, that is creepy. Okay, he's got the creepy latent dream. I don't know what he's thinking about, but somehow that's not in the Nightmares expansion. It's just here. That looks... If I dreamt about that, I'd wake up with a wet bed. All right. So we need to choose a dream. And frankly, I don't know enough about this game to have any idea what type of dream we should go for here. I think this gives us this dream here. By the way, I was Googling about the game and realized it's supposed to be released February 20. Did Kickstarters get the game early? Yeah, I mean, my Kickstarter for this game arrived whoa, that was weird. I kickstarted this and it arrived 2 weeks ago, maybe 3. So I guess maybe that's the retail release is 2025. I certainly didn't get it any earlier than anyone else, I don't think. But it is weird. I live in Canada and Canadian fulfillment's strange. Sometimes we get games significantly ahead of everyone else. Most times we get them a week or 2 behind. So it's possible I just also got it a little early. I don't know. Haven't really been keeping up tabs on the release for this one. So, and yeah, it takes a table. It is huge. Okay, so we have to draft one of these to be our client. Okay, so this guy is going to give us every time we trigger the reputation track, which I don't have any idea how frequent that is. We're gonna get a bonus, right? And this one is every time we rest. Oh my god, do I still have those enabled? There's no way. Trombone. How did I leave those up? Okay. I gotta get rid of the stupid lights out redeems. We're gonna draft the easier to complete client because we have no idea what in the hell we're doing. Okay. We get a latent dream. This one's less creepy, but still creepy. Then we get to pick one of these other dreams to go over the top of it. In later ones, each of these has icons at the top. There's like a little mini game here where we can match those to the icon on the grief of the overlay here. Like this overlay has these kind of wispy icons in the top corner. Looks kind of like a air or cloud or something, right? We can do a little matchy mini game, but that really doesn't matter for us right now. So once again, we're back in I don't know what the hell I'm doing territory. So we're going to take this one with the cool tree because it's got a cool tree. It's thematically that we're dreaming about vines and trees, I guess. I don't know. I guess we have to put out a new manifest dream. All right, and then we need our therapy marker here. So basically, we need 4 total on this. Is that it? On your client and grief layer. Okay, no. We don't need the ones up here. What am I talking about? We need down here. We need this at position 5. And this other one we don't have a client, so we got it at 0. I got a new shelf for my games and all of them fit on one shelf now instead of being scattered, and I can easily access all of them. Rad. Trombone. In a weird way, I'm envious of you. I am not close to fitting my games on a single shelf. I don't think I ever want all my games to fit on one shelf, but I can imagine them fitting on fewer shelves. I need to pare down hard, and I will be doing some of that via stream here. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm going to be doing a little streamiversary celebration this coming Tuesday. Probably give away a game or two, because why the hell not? We'll see how it goes. Feels weird because I haven't been streaming lately. So doing that's going to be a little bit, I don't know, whatever. I still got to figure it out, honestly. It's going to be a little bit by the seat of our pants kind of thing. But that's one way I will be getting rid of games. I will also I just got games I need to sell. Man, I did a board game flea market where I sold a bunch of games. I think I sold like $1,200 worth of board games and used prices, like blowout prices. So that was like, from a quantity perspective, a lot. But I came home with games that I didn't manage to sell, and they gotta go. I need space, man. I need space. I also have less than 100 games. Yeah, that helps. That helps a lot. You know, that helps a lot. All right. Okay, so our starting room was this weird R thing. I'm sure it has a better name than that, but I'm not feeling too clever right now. So we get to draft some starting tiles here. A starting tile. So we get the 3 that match the glyph on our room. We choose 1 to keep. So, you know what, we like coffee, so we're going to choose the one that has coffee on it, because that feels like a really educated decision that's going to help me win against this bot. That's what that feels like. Okay. And then, because this was, this tile shows us here, like a location on it, right? So we're actually, that's where we're going to start. We could use the meeple, but we're instead going to use the mini, which is extremely tall, by the way. But anyways, so we are going to start over here, just ahead of our friend Freud. For better or for worse, there's probably some extreme significance to drafting strategy and picking the right one, but we don't know what the hell we're doing. So okay, and then we get to move some of our common insights out based on what it shows on this tile. So we get to move out these are common insights, are the clear ones. We don't have any player colored insights. And I don't know how well these are going to show on stream because they're clear, but basically we have 2 in this purpley area, 1 in red and 1 in green. And then we can place this tile into any of these columns. Once again, I don't know, let's go matchy matchy. We'll put it with the purple. All right, so how does our bot player differ in terms of that setup? So instead of a starting tile, our dude here has his own whole set of tiles that we're going to place out. What do we got? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3. Oh my god, we're almost there. We're almost done setting the game up, like an hour later. And the id is going to hang out with the professor. What a jerk. Or the id's professor is going to hang out with Freud, I guess is a better way to say that. So. Okay, I think I got those all out the correct way. All right, choose a difficulty level. We're going to play on easy because this is a big game and I am new. So we're going to flip one of these to the active side up. And the case study overlay tiles. Which I think are these guys, are going to go with their lower numbered sides facing up. Okay. Okay, I think we're basically all set up here. I don't actually know where these case study tiles need to be placed, honestly. I'm not sure. I got to figure that out, and then we're good to go. Which is an exciting thing, because, man, the table's gone. Do I do anything with these tiles? They're just not mentioned anywhere. That's super useful. Love that for me. So glad I didn't get this set up before stream. Really feeling good about it. Yeah, I have no idea what these are for. Oh, maybe these need to be on the board. Are they matchy with what's there? No, they're not. I don't know. Okay, so playing on easy mode. That starts with one active tile. Medium mode, he starts with all of them active in the left. That seems significantly better. We'll have to see how this goes. Okay, and I have no idea exactly how we use these tiles, but we'll just figure that out as we go. How hard could it be? Okay, so I can't believe this. That took like 40 billion years, but we did finally get this game set up. And on that happy note, I actually need to take a quick break. So it's sad but true. I'm gonna take a 5-minute break. I'm gonna run into the house and grab something else to drink here, and I will be back in a couple of minutes and we will get started with Unconscious Mind finally. Thanks for being here. See you in a sec. Oh, hey, friends. Thanks for that raid. And peoples, welcome in. A shout out here real quick. Hope you guys are doing well. Eva, long time no see. I haven't been streaming very much. Nice to see you in chat. Thanks for... Sorry, I was at a quick break there, right as you guys raided in. But nice to see you. I'm James, Opcost, and I'm playing Unconscious Mind here, or trying to get there, basically. I just finished setting up this absolute behemoth of a game. Around here, I usually play physical games on the table. Today, we're trying Unconscious Mind for the first time in its solo mode. This is a game about Sigmund Freud and psychoanalysis and understanding your dreams, and I would describe it as a bit on the heavier side. There is a lot going on, and we are just finishing up the setup. I, in fact, finished and then ran for a quick break because it took me a long time to get this one out on the table. What were you guys up to? Hopefully something fun. And yeah, thanks for bringing your community here. Appreciate that so much. We played it 2 weekends ago, and I pre-ordered it straight away. You played Unconscious Mind? That's awesome. By the way, I'm now calling silica packets that come in board games danger candy. Yeah, forbidden candy is our favorite term for the desiccant packets around here. In fact, we have a nice collection of them. And when we fill this up, we are going to have a special stream, and we're about 3/4 of the way there. We did cheat a little. Like this didn't come in a board game, to be clear. That one's a cheater, but it was taking a really long time. We've been filling this thing for a while, and it's not quite there. But forbidden candy is well loved around here. We were playing some BGA. What were you guys playing? Were you playing with chat? Hopefully you were. I haven't actually played a game on BGA in a minute. It's been, yeah, I don't know. I took a little break from streaming, and last time I streamed a game on BGA was probably like a year ago. But I feel like BGA has really improved with the rate of releases now. There's often times where I'm just receiving a game, in the mail or whatever, and I probably could have played it 100 times on BGA already. And sometimes I have some regret there. So anyways, great if you have a 3D printer to toss it in a roll of filament. Yes, in fact, well, it's funny, despite that big jar of forbidden candy, I actually have other desiccant that I bought for the 3D printer, just for storage, for the filament. Because, yeah, I do have a FDM printer, and some of those filaments need to be shockingly dry. Even the cold Alberta air here isn't good enough. So, yeah. We played with chat and got some Super Mega Lucky Box. Cool. Captain Flip and Cosmoctopus. Cool. That sounds awesome. That sounds like a great time. I'm glad to hear that you guys were having fun on BGA. And thanks so much. I do really appreciate you raiding in here. And with that, I think I'm gonna get started on this game. I gotta talk through it a little bit here because we haven't even played a turn. We just got the game set up, just got it out on the table, and honestly, I was quickly refreshing my memory of how the old id player here works, but that's okay. So, Unconscious Mind here, like I mentioned, is a heavier game for sure about understanding dreams and psychoanalysis and kind of the birthplace of that. So there are a number of things going on in this game. We have our player board over here, okay, and this guy has a couple of things happening. We're tracking how much coffee and heart-shaped boxes we have. They're both resources that we're going to be using over the course of the game. We have ideas all around the edge here. These idea markers we're going to use in order to take actions. Okay, we have 3 available right now, 3 more that we can unlock later. There's tiles here that we're going to be adding that enable us to do extra actions as we move this inkpot here. This is like also super cool component, the collector's edition of this. Okay, and so there's like a little rondel over here where we're going to be moving this inkpot and gaining bonuses as we do so. We have to be sort of a bit intentional about where and how we move that. We got this whole other thing, this insight board over here. There are 3 colors on this board, green, purple, and red. And these little markers that are a little hard to see on stream, I think. These are called like common insights. So we can generate insights and get to place these in a color. And then each color has minor, median, and major levels. Okay, and these are like resources that we're going to be spending in order to resolve certain actions. Eventually, we can also unlock our player color insights. These are little cute sparkly tokens. Okay. And these work just like the common ones, but we can also use them for like publishing research and stuff, some end game point opportunities, that sort of thing. Okay, and ultimately we are trying to understand dreams over here. So this area over here, which is a little reflection-y, represents it's a little reflective, maybe is a real word. This I had a woodcutter. I have listen, okay, sorry. Minor deviation for Eva here. I have a laser cutter, I have an FDM printer, and I have a resin printer. I like things like that a lot. I use them less than I should, but I'm hoping to use them more on stream soon. So that's fun. All right, so back to this. This represents our office over here. We would normally have 2 rooms, but as a kind of novice to the field, we actually only have 1 patient. Now, this is a little reflective because this patient here has this grief overlay. So these are kind of cool. This is like a transparent, you know what? Maybe I can show you better over here. This is a transparent overlay that fits over top of this card. I've seen this in other games like Canvas and things like that. Okay. But essentially, this represents this patient's grief. So unfortunately for us, that's making this a little reflective over here, a bit hard to see on stream. But basically, we are ultimately trying to cure this patient. We have to deal with their grief and then finally cure them. And up here, this bit represents their dreams. So we have 2 cards here. Everyone has a latent dream, and then in some cases also a manifest dream. These are the ones we picked. Admittedly, we draft these, and I just picked them at random because I have no idea what I'm doing here, because this is the first play for me. Also, this is the weirdest song. I don't know where this came from, but that's okay. So, we're going to be trying to help work through those dreams. Basically, the dreams that the patient is having gives us ways of generating the parts that let us cure that patient. Okay, so that's just our player board. Like, there is a lot on the go here. Okay, this up here is the meeting table. Okay, the meeting table is where a lot of the action is going to be taking place this game. Because this is functionally a 2-player game, these columns aren't available to us, but all these spaces in the middle are. And we're going to be taking our idea tokens here and placing them out so that the little tail on the idea token is like a little speech bubble, right? So the little tail at the bottom, the pointy bit, if I don't drop it, is going to point at an action, and then we're going to resolve that action. This is where a lot of our turns are going to take place. We're also able to stack these, so we can put out up to 2 at once to point to a given action. And then there are some restrictions where we can't then take that action again elsewhere. So we're going to have to be intentional about when and how to use these actions, which, we'll see how that goes for us as novices. Okay, and there are also opportunities for us to get these tiles and then place them on our board, and also for us to use our choices here in order to move that inkpot thing that we talked about, this guy. Okay. And then, because that doesn't really feel like enough, there's also this city board down here in the center. Not there. There. Okay. Where we are going to be moving around. This is us here. This is Freud himself and our enemy professor. Maybe not enemy, but, you know, I'm not sure what the term is. But anyways, we're going to be moving in a clockwise direction around this. This is supposed to be sort of more of the, maybe not, maybe all of it's kind of thematic, but this is supposed to represent, you know, us gathering in order to discuss all of our ideas about psychoanalysis and kind of advance that field. And there's all sorts of bonuses and stuff like that that we can derive over here. We're also going to track our score, our reputation, and so on. This is Freud's reputation. It's currently a 1. We're at a reputation of 0. And every time our reputation goes up, his reputation goes up as well. When it reaches 10, or the end of this track, that's the end of the game. Okay? There's a bunch of other stuff here. There's some goals that we can fulfill down here. These just at any time when we've met the requirements, we can take them. There's research that we can perform. Ultimately, we'll need to do research and unlock some of our special colored markers here in order to publish these treatises that let us get endgame points. And there's a whole host of dreams and clients and other such things up on this top board, just in case there wasn't enough going on over here. So this game's huge. It's got a lot happening. And yeah, I think that's kind of a quick overview. Quick being maybe generous. I'm going to talk through a turn just because it's going to help me to know how the heck to move forward here. Okay, so each turn we can do one of 3 things. We can state our ideas. That's this board. That's what we're going to be doing most of the time. Okay, we can recall our ideas. So eventually we're going to run out of these tokens, and essentially that's like not quite like passing, but sort of like passing. You know, we'll get our tokens back and get some other benefits as well. Okay. And we can also treat our clients, but we're going to need to generate some resources first in order to do that effectively, right? So yeah, most of the time here, we're going to take a state ideas action where we're going to place an idea out. Okay, we're going to put 1 or 2 out pointing to one of these things. Okay, so if I wanted to do this action, I could place this here, or I could place it up here, as long as the tail is pointing to that particular action. Okay, now we cannot use these spots as it is a 2-player game. They were supposed to be blocked, but I kept knocking the pieces everywhere, so we're just going to remember not to use them, basically. Okay, when we do place the ideas, we can place up to 2, stacking them on a single spot, and then we would just resolve this action twice, like successively. One, like we have to resolve it in totality, fully, and then we can do the second action. And if there's ones that offer us a choice, like if we were doing that over here, for instance, we can do either the same action twice, or the opposite one. Like I could do this one time and this one a second time, for instance. Okay, so there's lots of cool stuff here. Generally speaking, we can generate actions, or insights rather. So these correspond to those tracks down here. The square tiles, that's significant. That is on this track here. There's minor, median, and major, right? Representing the inner, center, and outer rings. And generally we're generating insights and they're being placed on this inner minor ring. We can then sometimes take actions like this one here to increase those and instead of like placing, we can't use that to place a new one from the center, but we can use it to move them up to the various different spots on these rings. Okay, once we're going to be spending these, and generally they're going to be getting suppressed, so same idea, they will be going downward. Okay, and if they potentially end up back in the center again, right? Once they're there, we need to generate a new one in order to remove those pieces. Okay, so we can do, we can gather resources over here. That's kind of these squares. We can spend coffee, right? Anytime that we have these coffee icons, we can spend coffee. And this lets us add these tiles to our board, okay? So they are lined up. This one, for one coffee, we get to add one of these tiles to our board, okay? For two coffee, we get to add one of these ones. And for 3 coffee, we get to add one of these ones. Now, these ones aren't better than these necessarily, but they're flipped up. They have this banner side on them, okay? And when we take this one, we get to execute what's on the banner side immediately. And when we take this one, we get to execute what's on this side and on the banner side immediately. So we spend 3 times as much, but we get an immediate perk, and we get like an active tile, essentially. Those are going to get added to our board down here, our player board. And this is like another little mini game where we want to complete rows and columns. When we do so, we unlock our player colored things, which we'll need toward the end of the game for sure. Okay. And additionally, as we're resolving our inkpot here, we get to execute the indicated things on these rows. So it's really good to us to have kind of complete rows of cards, or tiles rather. So we want to be generating insights. We want to be getting tiles. We want to be moving our inkpot effectively. We want to be doing all kinds of stuff in this game. Okay. What else can we do up here? We can gain research cards. Okay, those are these guys over here. We're gonna need them eventually. Okay. We can alternatively publish a treatise, which is one of these tiles. Way the heck over here, because we ran out of space. Okay, normally these would be in the center of the board, but they have to be stacked in a particular way for the solo game. Also, look at this guy's dream. Look at this, it's wild. It's wild. I don't know what's happening with these crazy bunny animal with super legs. And this thing's creepy. Mega creepy. I don't like that guy. So we're going to need to gain research so we can use it eventually here, you know? What else do we need to speak about here? What have we not looked at? We talked about insights. We talked about gaining notebook tiles, research, publish a treatise. That's fine. We'll deal with that later. Okay. Well, I suppose more importantly, this lets us gain research cards. This lets us play them. We can't play them from our hand without taking the action. So that's important. And then over here, these let us move on the city map. Okay, so this spot will let us move 1 or 2 spaces, or move to where the professor is. Okay, so currently that would let us like loop around and move 5 spaces. Generally, it's better to be in spots where there's more players. So we're kind of in a slightly suboptimal location here. Okay. Basically, we can get these tags over the course of the game, and when we move to a location, we get to resolve an effect, and we choose either to use it to. It's essentially we can do it up to 5 times. Actually, that's what these little gear icons mean. But we do it either based on the number of tags we have earned, or the number of people that are in that location, and we choose which one. So especially early in the game, we want to be on spots where other people are also present. Okay. And then the other thing that we can do here is this final spot. We can advance Freud 1 to 3 spots. So we can move him to our location. His location is important for a bunch of things. We'll see how that goes. Okay. But yeah, generally we're going to be moving along on the map, resolving little effects here, gaining coffee, generating ideas or turning ideas into, converting them into various different things. And we want to be doing those lots of times. I don't want to take 1 action when I could take 5. Come on now, right? So lots there. That's basically all the actions I can take over here on the meeting board, right? Now, something I didn't mention is that inkpot thing. When I do place these out, I look at the row, how many, basically I'm going to move my inkpot either 1, 2, 3, or 4 spots, okay? And I have to move it the exact number. So if I wanted to, for instance, take this action, it's going to be significant whether I take it up here and move 3 spots on the inkpot, or take it down here and then move 4, right? Depending on what I want to do, right? So there's a whole little mini game of this little rondel thing for the inkpot. Why wouldn't there be? So once we've, that's, I think most of our turns, we're going to be stating ideas, placing our idea tokens out there. But eventually we might not have enough markers to want to do that, or maybe we have none. And then we can recall our ideas, okay? So basically we look at how many different spaces we picked, and we're going to earn coffee equal to that number. So I don't know why that is, but it is. And then we get to claim a district bonus. So, a location or district bonus. Okay, so we get all our dudes back, we gain some coffee, and then we get something on the map over here. Okay, the location bonuses is either going to be where we are or where Freud is. So that's these things here. Okay, and then the district bonus is the larger thing at the bottom. Okay, but we need to have our player colored insights in order to get those. So that's not even a consideration for a while yet, right? But basically we have to have 3, 4, 5, or 6 of these tags from the center that or not just the ones from the center, I guess, tags that match this color, this district. It's, the 3 districts, purple, green, or red. And maybe I'll turn my board to match that. Why not? Green at the top. Yeah, anyways, then we get a bonus. But that's going to be a hot minute. So basically, we get our ideas back, and we get an opportunity to gain some coffee income, right? And then finally, we can treat clients. So this is something we have to do as a turn. Our annoying bot, which we haven't actually even talked about yet, does not have to take a turn to treat clients. He cheats, as all bots do. And it doesn't take him a full turn. He's just gonna do it other ways because he's a big stinky jerk. Okay. But when we treat a client, we look at whichever dream is fully exposed. So in this case, we have this manifest dream. Okay. And we can produce therapy points and a bright idea, okay, by spending kind of the corresponding resources, right? Insights. So in order to treat this patient, we're going to need to have a major on green and a median on red. So right now, if we look at our board, we have just the minor ones, right? So we would have to get this one to here and this one all the way to there, or add more from the center. You know, that's an option too. But we gotta make some real insights in order to be able to help this person. Okay. When we do that, we basically are trading these resources for what's shown on that card. So we're gonna get to move our little marker here. This tracks the overall level that we need. There's 5 hearts shown, so this is placed at 5, okay? And we're gonna move that a corresponding amount. So we would, trade those 2 insights for 2 hearts and a bright idea, and we would move this too. Anytime we pass over a little icon on here, I'm not sure how easily those are seen on stream, but we basically resolve stuff. So if we're going to earn points if we're taking on harder clients, basically. We went with a really easy client early because I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay. Yeah. So eventually we'll trigger catharsis, which gets rid of their grief, which means that we can then, cure them basically. I guess once we've gotten rid of this grief layer, we actually have access to their ability for the rest of the game. We can we can completely cure them, and when we do, we'll have space for another client. But even before we completely cure them, we get access to a little special ability that they have, if we can get them to catharsis, clearing out of their grief, basically. Okay. Yeah. That's it, I think. I think that yeah, whatever. We're good. There's goals down here. If we trigger any of these, we get them. So like, having 2 columns in our notebook completed, like 6 tiles somewhere on here, or curing 2 patients, 2 case study patients. So those are ones we don't even have yet, so it's going to be a hot minute before we do any of those goals. And yeah, we're gonna just not worry about the bot until we resolve his turn next. We're gonna figure out what the heck we're gonna do. The only other thing we need to be aware of is we need to not forget that we can resolve things multiple times. Coffee we can use as a resource for some kind of surprising things. Instead of suppressing an insight, so moving one down is called suppressing, we can spend a coffee instead. We can spend 2 coffee to elevate an insight, move it up, or transfer it, which means to move it to one of the other colors. Okay. And we can spend 3 coffee at any time to get a bright idea. Bright ideas are these guys. We can use these in lieu of our own idea tokens, including not placing an idea token, by just placing bright ideas instead. Okay. And I think that that's going to be fairly significant for us, but we're just going to have to see how it works as we go. All right, do it. Let's do it. So what the hell are we going to do? We're going to state our ideas, right? We got idea tokens. We cannot cure our patient. We obviously don't need to recall. Now, we want to abuse our current tile, basically, right? Like, we want to use our inkpot to our advantage, right? So when we move our inkpot, we have to move it exactly the number shown on the row that we pick, okay? And then these 3 bottom spots on the inkpot, they trigger this row of tiles, and we get to resolve the actions that are on it. So, like, we want to move our inkpot 2 spots, potentially, here, okay? When we get to this leftmost one, we can score our reputation. Our reputation is currently 0, so that doesn't help us whatsoever, okay? And then this top spot here triggers a row of columns, and every time we loop around, we get another idea token. So basically, we want to take lots of things here. We want to be moving that around to get more idea tokens. Then we have to take our rest actions less frequently, and we can, you know, resolve stuff on the board more. So let's try and make that happen. I think what we want to do here is we want to move our inkpot exactly 2 spots, which means we have to play on this row somewhere. So we can't play on these edge pieces because 2 players, but we can play anywhere here. So we could basically either spend coffee to gain a tile. I mean, we could do that and maybe even just put that tile down on the spot that we want. That's an idea. Alternatively, we can't play research cards, but we could generate more stuff so that we're kind of better positioned to potentially you know, cure our patient. That's really what we're trying to do here, right? I think what we're gonna do, we're gonna give this a whirl. We have no idea what we're doing, right? But we do have some coffee to spend, and we can potentially get some coffee back with this action. So why don't we only use 1 idea, and we're gonna go here because we don't have enough coffee to resolve this twice. Okay, so we're gonna go here. It's gonna let us move our inkpot 2, and it's gonna let us do this. Okay, so we're going to spend 3 coffee to gain one of the tiles above like that column, right? So this rightmost column. So this lets us spend coffee to gain like the major purples. That's pretty cool. Okay. It also lets us get, I think that means we take one of the tiles, the purple tiles. Wrong thing. Yeah, we get a gain a tag or that district basically, which is you know, good for us, right? We like that. Oh, we trigger its location actually, is what we do, because it's got the lightning bolt. So we would trigger the one we're on. We would get like a we would just immediately, we have 1 tag, we'd get to do something over there. I don't know, let's try that. Let's just do it. Let's try this one. Or do we want to generate more purple and be able to manipulate them? Let's try it. Does it make a difference if they're level 1 or 2? Is there any significance to that? I don't remember. I think I can take either one. Let me check. Okay, so we're only going to get to resolve this stuff once, because then we get to flip it over to the banner side. So I don't know how much coffee we're going to realistically have. I don't know how much we're going to need the major purples. Let's just take this one. Okay, so we're going to take the level 1 tile. We're going to try this out. We don't know what the hell we're doing. Okay, because we spent 3 coffee, 1, 2, 3, we get to immediately resolve both of these actions. Okay, so we get to generate one median purple. We can always use that as a lower one, but probably we don't want to. And then we get to also then upgrade one and then transfer one. And these are optional. We don't have to do that. But for instance, we could transfer this, the one we just gained, over to here, and then we could upgrade it. And now it's the major one that we need in order to do this. Now, we redeemed those rewards, and now we flip it over to its normal side. Okay, it's we don't get the banner side, unfortunately. Okay, and then this slides over to the rightmost column, and we put a new one into the center. We're always refilling into the center and flipping them face up. Okay. So that was our notebook tile. We gained it. We're living the dream. Okay. And then we're going to move our inkpot exactly 2 spaces. So we're going to move it 2. And this means we're going to trigger this row of tiles. Okay. So we get to trigger the generate effect, and every tile in that row. Okay. And that means that we're going to generate one little minor purple. We can then spend one minor to get a coffee or 2 coffee. So we basically get to generate, 2 coffee every time there if we want. And then we're going to generate another median purple. Okay, and there's a thing here that we can resolve as well, but we only get to resolve that if we've unlocked this, which we haven't. We would need a completed row to do that. We don't have, obviously. Okay, so we picked our thing. We resolved the action at the table. We only did it once because we didn't have enough coffee to do it twice. Okay, we activated our inkpot, and that means that our action is done. Okay, that was our turn. And now our friend, the bot, id, is going to ruin our day. Okay, because what else would he do? Now, the way this guy works is we're going to flip out. We got this deck here of cards. Okay, we're going to flip out one of these, and it's going to show us where he wants to place ideas. Okay, so in this case, he wants to place one on the spot one below where we did it. Okay, and he is always going to place 2 ideas if he can. Okay, so he's going to take these 2 idea tokens, and he is going to place them right there. And then he basically has like a conversion chart here where instead of getting, certain things, he gets other things. So, all right. Make sure we did this. So we put his 2 ideas there. Okay. And he doesn't actually trigger these. He's just, putting his ideas out there, basically. Okay. He'll always use bright ideas if he can. He then moves his inkpot, the number shown. So he's going to advance his inkpot 3 spots. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And then he is going to trigger that row just like we would do, right? So he's on the 3 lower spaces. So instead of generating a minor insight, because he's a dirty, rotten cheater, he just generates a coffee. Just gets a coffee, okay? And then he triggers each active notebook tile he has. But he doesn't actually, only this top one started as active, okay? So he's not gonna trigger anything there, okay? But he's gonna flip the leftmost one to its active side. So now the next time this row gets resolved, he does have one to do, okay? And that's his turn, okay? On his next turn, he's gonna do that again. And then he's probably gonna be out of ideas and he'll do a recall ideas turn instead, okay? So the id bot seems pretty straightforward for us to deal with. So what do we wanna do? We are actually at a point where we could potentially treat our patient because we manipulated our things well enough. We will need, in order to do that, we will need these things, right? A major in green and a median in red. We have the major green. We used our bonuses from this tile to get that last time, okay? And this red one we do not have. So we could either go over here and, like, you know, kind of generate it somewhere, like on this spot, for instance, or alternatively, we can do the little bonus anytime actions, right? Where we can spend 2 coffee to upgrade, elevate, I think, rather, is what it's called, one of our things. And we can do that infinitely. So we could, we're just going to try this because it feels like treating this patient, we get to catharsis really quick, and then we gain a benefit for the rest of the game, okay? The benefit to our rest action, which we're going to need to do soon. So let's just try this out and see what happens. So we're going to spend 2 coffee. And we're going to elevate this guy, okay? And then we're going to take a treat a patient action, okay? So let's make sure we get this right. Treating our client. So we can only use the topmost dream, okay? So we have to do this one, okay? So we need to use the insights that are shown. I think they go all the way to the bottom. Like, we spend it and it's not just suppressed, it's spent, it's gone, right? So let's make sure we get that right. Place it in the center area. Yeah, and we can overcompensate by using a higher end one, but we don't get any benefit from doing so. We're gonna spend this guy and we're gonna spend this guy, okay? That's gonna produce 2 therapy points and a bright idea. Okay, so we're gonna move our marker 2 spots, 1, 2, because we produced 2. And that means that we got to that catharsis icon, right? It's probably impossible to see, but there's a little yellow heart in there. Okay, so we got to that icon by moving that 2. So we resolve catharsis, okay? We score victory points and trigger any effects on the starting grief layer. So for us, this grief layer gets us a bright idea and 2 coffee, okay? So we're gonna take another bright idea, and those are worth 1 point at the end of the game. They also let us play out onto the ideas board without occupying spaces, potentially, so that's cool. We also gained 2 coffee, so we got that coffee that we spent to do this right back. Coffee is an important resource, and I like that about this game. I like that a lot. Okay, and this dream gets discarded. Okay. So, see you later, dream. I don't know if there's a good way to do discard pile, so we'll just do that. Now, an interesting thing here, of course, is that our next dream here, is only going to give us 2 more therapy points, but we need 3 to fully cure this patient. So that means we likely need to gain heart-shaped boxes, of which we have 0, because we can use those as therapy points at other times, right? So we're probably going to need those in order to cure this client, right? Because I guess that's an important thing. Maybe it's more betterer to take the bigger, badder dreams. They might be harder to resolve, but potentially they make it easier to cure them, right? When we've got catharsis for our first client, though, we do get to get rid of our... we basically open up our office. We reached catharsis for our first client. We have more office space now. Okay. Yeah. We always have to draft new clients. It's mandatory. It's super mega mandatory. We do not get to choose. Why don't we take a look real quick and see? We got this nice reference card for all of the case study clients. Case studies are case studies, routine clients. Routine clients are like the one we just treated, are the ones that are going to give us benefits throughout the game. Case study clients are going to give us end game points. Okay, so Sophie, I cannot read her last name. Oh my god, I swear it said Sophie, but she's not listed here. It totally says that. Oh, I'm on the case study side. That's why. Okay, Sophie Zimmerman. That's what her name is. When recalling your ideas, you may claim an extra location bonus from your professor's or Freud's location. So we basically, when we take a recall action, we get like a +1 modifier to our location, which is pretty cool because we're going to end up doing that like next turn, or maybe not next, but soon. We get that for the rest of the game now that we got to catharsis for her, including once we cure her. Okay, so we have to draft a new client. So we probably want a routine client, so that we can get extra stuff. So we can either this one gives us options for this action, where instead of playing 2 cards, we could take this action and we could gain 1 card and then play 1 card, which is kind of cool because otherwise we have to do them separately, right? So that's rather flexible. And our other friend up here, this guy, lets us, we gain a coffee whenever we gain a research card. I feel like this one's more powerful than that one, perhaps. So it also needs purple, which is easier for us to achieve, or it gives us purple rather. Whatever, we like purple. We're passionate. I think purple's passion. I keep forgetting what they're called and I just call them their colors. Purple is freedom, red is passion, that makes sense, and growth is green. So we're big on freedom here. Okay, so let's take this. That is our client. I wish I could peel these things off, but I'm not going to try. She is very grief-stricken. Going to be at 6 up here. Okay, it seems odd to me that it says when you reach one of these things, you gain the points. These, I'm not showing you guys any of this. That when you reach one of these, you gain the points. But you always move from right to left, so I don't know how you would ever actually get the 8, because you would start on it, and I don't think you get it immediately, but I don't know. Anyways. So then we do the rest of the draft, which means we take the latent dream from the pile, face down pile here. Okay. Oh, it's weird. It's upside down. That freaked me out. I didn't know at first. Okay. So latent dream goes over here. And then we get to draft a manifest dream. So the manifest one is the one we're going to have to resolve first. We get the perks that are shown on it. So this one would get us, these all get us points. This one gets us ideas instead of points. I think we want to take one of these ones because they're using the color that we're kind of more into. We're going to take the weird butterfly kid. And that's matchy here. There's clouds up here and clouds on the grief, which is good for us.
Time to drink.
Thank you, whoever's taking care of me with the hydrate. That would be if you choose harder clients. What would be if I choose harder clients? Oh, getting to the 3? Yeah, I suppose what I was saying there is I'm not sure how I resolve that, because it's my understanding that I put this, like I set this on 6, but I think I only redeem the thing when I pass over it when providing therapy, when this is going down, right? So like I don't think I don't gain a point now when I put this on 6, I don't believe, but maybe I'm just mistaken about that, right? Because if I'm moving off the 8 onto the like the 8th spot, which is a 3, I'm moving on to 2, I would gain 2 points, I think, but maybe I'm just mistaken about that. It's clear that I'm missing something about how that's supposed to work, right? Oh yes, it literally says here, if there's a victory point icon in that space, immediately score the number of points shown. So yeah, I gain a point. Woo! Living the dream. 1 point. Let's go. Okay. So I just failed to recognize that. It didn't matter before because I had a really easy client. I was only at a 5. So I didn't get anything before. So if I don't recall wrong, you gain the points when you draft that. Yep, you're totally right. Oh, it was Max. Thanks for that hydrate. Thanks for taking care of me. Okay. All right. Put these out. It is a first play for me with the bot here, and you know, we're a couple turns in, so there's still a few rough edges. There's a lot of moving parts in this game for sure. So, you know, have to make sure this old man stays healthy so he can teach me all the streaming tricks. It's true, Max. It's true. You're not streaming now, are you? Or today, I guess. Okay, so we treated our client. We're feeling good about that. It's the bot's turn. The bot is going to flip out a meeting card. Not right now, maybe later for a little. Cool. Okay, so the bot, this meeting card is identical to the previous one. So this spot is filled, which I think means he just picks the one like shown like to the right, basically, right? Follows the target column's arrow. Oh, I see. It's a column. It's a column. Okay, so it would go up. So he actually places it up here. Okay, so he is going to place... he only places if he can place out 2. And he has a bright idea. So he can place out 1 and then his bright idea as his second. If he didn't have 2, he would take a recall action. So then he doesn't resolve that. Okay, and we move his inkpot 1 space. Okay, so it goes over to here, and let's make sure we don't mess this up. The leftmost one. Okay, so it immediately moves the same amount that it moved before. So because we've got the little overlay in here. This is how the bot, we're playing on easy mode. He's got this little overlay thing here. So we moved it one spot, and then it's going to immediately move one more spot. Now he's going to unlock one of his tokens here. And he also triggers a column, an unlocked column, right? So it has to be this one, right? And then he does each of the effects on these notebook tiles from top to bottom. Okay, so make sure we get this right. So it removes the rightmost notebook tile from the top row of the meeting table display. It triggers the tile's banner effect, gains a coffee, and discards the tile from the game. Okay, so he's going to remove this. He gets its banner effect, which is a... Oh, I guess you guys can't see that because I'm a bad streamer. So he's going to remove this tile. He gets its banner effect, that's this on the side here. So he doesn't actually do these things, but he just converts them to stuff. Okay? He also gains a coffee. And then this tile's out of the game because he's a big stinky jerk. Okay, so for the conversion here, he for elevating an insight, he just gains a coffee. Okay, so a really weird way. Oh, I see. It's showing for multiple. It's a reference. Okay, I misunderstood the way they were showing this. He basically gains a coffee, and then he gains a second coffee. So easy. Okay. Whenever he gets to 4 coffee, he immediately gains a heart-shaped box. So he had 4, so he'll get 1. Okay, and then he's going to resolve the tile down here at the bottom, which he draws a research card and immediately swaps it with one of the 2 face-up research cards. Okay, so he's going to draw this one, and he's going to swap it with the compass arrow over here is going to determine which one he swaps it with. So he's going to swap this card with this one, okay? And then this compass arrow is going to turn 180 degrees, okay? It then plays this card in addition to any other research cards it has in its hand. It doesn't have any in its hand, and it plays this card and immediately gains 3 elevation of insight, 3 insight, which is just 3 coffee for him because he doesn't actually have insight. Okay, I feel like his turn was way cooler than our turn. And he's going to definitely take a recall action next time because he doesn't ever actually take cure patients actions. And he doesn't have any more, he doesn't have 2 ideas to play out. So he's going to definitely recall next turn. But the good news is we get a turn before then. So, what do we want to do on our turn? Now, we took a tile, and we also cured our friend here. We wanted to, I felt strangely compelled to do that for whatever reason. Okay. We probably want to take an action that lets us move the inkpot 3 times. Because if we go 1, we resolve basically nothing. We would generate a thing, but whatever. We want to get more ideas on the board, right? So if we move it 3 times, that's good. If we move it 2, we score our reputation. Okay, scoring our reputation. Well, our reputation is presently 0. So that doesn't help us, right? And if we get it to here, we get to remove meeting tokens. We'll have an extra one available. And we also get to resolve one of these columns and take some actions. So I think we want to move the thing 3. Okay. So on that note, that basically means we have to play here, right? Because these spots are blocked in the 2-player game, and that's the only spot left on the 3-player or 3 spot. So we could either generate some stuff, or we could like elevate our existing stuff. Neither of these are actions where it feels like when the crafting stream, I don't know yet. We'll see. Also, this game takes up just a bit of table space. Yeah, Max, this game's huge, man. So like this is my player board. So you need this much space for each player. We use a little bit less for the id player, the bot. And then all this stuff is just the game that you need every time. So like it's a big boy game for sure. Okay, so I think we can do this action twice, right? Where we're going to end up with we would basically elevate 4 times, right? We could make some of these things really strong, or we could do this action once, or we could do this. I mean, we could take 2 research cards. That might not be a terrible thing to do, because when we play them, we need to play them in pairs. Maybe let's do that. Let's just spend 2 tokens here on this. Whoops. So that lets us gain a research card. Okay. And because we've played 2 tokens there, we actually get to gain 2, unsurprisingly. Right? We get to do the action in full twice. So let's do that. I think we take the topmost card from the deck, and then if we want, we can swap it for any of the other ones. I want this heart-shaped box card just arbitrarily, so we're going to do that, and then we're going to do that action a second time. I'm not showing anybody this because I'm a bad streamer. So we got this. I don't know that it really makes a big difference to us. We're just going to keep that one. Okay. So we got 2 research cards in our hand. Maybe I'll just keep them here face up. We'll just remember that we haven't played them. I'll put played ones over here or something like that. Okay. So it is the end of our turn. We don't need to draft anything. We're kind of stuck here for the time being. So it's the id player's turn. He's going to take a recall action. Because he does not have 2 ideas available. He has 1. So he's going to count the number of spots that he is on. He is on 2 spots. So he's going to gain that much coffee. But that means that he would have been at 5. So he immediately gains a heart-shaped box in exchange for 4 coffee. Okay. His ideas go back to his supply. And he claims a recall bonus. He doesn't have any player color insights unlocked, so he can't take a district bonus. Guess I can put these out. But what he can do is he can claim a location bonus. So on the city board here, we haven't done this at all yet. There are 2 types of bonuses. There's the district bonus. You need matchy icons, and then you need to have an unlocked player color thing that you've earned from getting like rows or columns of tiles. Okay, So that's the big boy bonus. We're not getting that yet. Okay. So instead, he can get the location bonus, which is the one over here, for either where he is or where Freud is, which is the same spot. Okay. So let me make sure I get this right. This is a weird song. Kind of into it. Kind of into it. Okay, so he is going to claim the location bonus here. So he's going to take this top thing, which is unfortunate. That's a way for us to improve our reputation. I don't know if that means, does his reputation go up? Presumably. But he does get its effect, which is I don't know how to resolve this for him, actually. That's not listed on the things that the conversion chart for him. I'm confused about what to do here. Let's see if we can figure this out. Trigger all effects of the unlocked column on your player board. Oh, so that sucks. Okay, and I never actually put this out. Whoops. Okay, so okay, it does say he does gain the reputation point. But I don't know if that makes Freud's reputation go up or not. So we'll figure that out in a second here. But he gets to resolve his column of stuff. Okay, so that sucks. That sucks. So he's going to remove this rightmost thing. It's going to get discarded from the game, and he's going to resolve the banner effect, which for him gets him a coffee. Seems to be a bit of a trend there. Okay, this one's going to slide over. We're going to put on a new one. Okay, and then the bottom one, he is going to draft one of these cards. He's going to swap it with this one that's here, because that's what the arrow says, and then he's going to resolve it, which is likewise going to get him a coffee. What a guy. Okay, so the one thing that we that I failed to do is after every turn he resolves his heart-shaped boxes, and his thing is upside down, which is confusing me. So he does have two. I should have resolved one last turn. It doesn't matter. He's going to resolve that one now, which means that we got to catharsis for this guy. Okay. So we take the his thing gets resolved. Catharsis gets resolved here. I zoom out. I did the same thing again. Okay, so when he reaches catharsis, he's going to gain 2 coffee. It means he's going to also just get another heart-shaped box. But I think we'll actually resolve that next time, I believe. Whatever, I don't think it's going to make a big difference. But when he reaches catharsis, we're going to discard the topmost place the topmost overlay tile from the corresponding column onto the client card. So, I don't know that I understand exactly what that means. We need the routine client overlay tile, which is one of these ones.
Time to drink.
Time to drink. Okay. I think we do that. We're going to call that correct. I know that that's supposed to go over there. I just, I guess he gains a lot of tags from curing that client. It is a hassle to fit on camera. This game, yeah, it's huge. It's tough. Are you some sort of coffee baron? Coffee is like a literal resource in this game. I like it. I like it a lot. I'm just, it makes me, you know, arbitrarily happy to, oh my gosh, arbitrarily happy to be drinking coffee all the time in this game, you know? So, okay, we used up our heart-shaped boxes. I think we can just use the other one and resolve it now, because then I don't forget or anything silly like that. And it's our turn. So, we can do a couple things here. We could take a recall action, right? Because all of our ideas are out on the board, right? We do have these 2 bright idea tokens. They're shiny and pretty and nice. So we could use these in lieu of our idea tokens. We don't even have to use one of our own. We can just use these if we want. But, oh, you know what? We did all this thing and I totally forgot last turn. The whole reason we picked this was to move this 3, and I failed to do that. I just completely forgot to move my ink thing here. So let's do that now. Whoops. We unlock this idea. We get to resolve this column. So we can basically gain 2 coffee. And I think that's all we do. Whoops. Can't believe I forgot that. Glad I noticed, because that would have sucked. There's a lot on the go here, honestly. Hard on stream, frankly, to remember all the bits. Okay. Let's keep on keeping on. Okay, so we have one thing. We also have these bright ideas. So we could take more actions Or we could do a recall action. Probably we want to take more actions. Like, we get a perk when we do the recall, but it's not that great. The location thing here is sort of, you know, not super exciting for us right now. We're not going to get a lot for it. So I don't think we really, you know, I don't know if we really want to do that at this time. We get +1 to our 1, which is not that exciting. All right, so let's take a meeting action. So once again, we probably want to move this inkpot. We want to abuse this inkpot and move it too. So I think intentionally we want to take this action, right? We want to spend coffee to get tiles here so that we can move this inkpot 2 spots and then resolve this row. Oh, excuse me. So, in that regard, why don't we could do it twice, right? We could use our own thing here and a bright idea, and we can take this action twice. We can spend 2 coffee for a tile, and we get to resolve its banner effect. It has to be one of these tiles, okay? I don't think this one's super useful for us, and I think we refresh these as soon as we take one. So let's take this one. Take this one. Now we could complete this row down here. If we complete this, whoops, if we complete this, then we gain access to our thing here, which would be pretty rad. We need to have the first, when we cover up these icons, we need to have 0, 1, or 2 cured patients. So we can only cover 1 right now. This isn't hyper complementary with the other things we have here, but it's not terrible either. So let's just do it. Do it. All this coffee talk. All right, let's cover that up. And we get its banner effect, which means we immediately get 2, oh my gosh, what's green again? Growth, 2 growth insight. So that's cool. We can take that and be happy. We can run with that. We like growth around here, you know? All right, so we get to take this and put it in here. We now have 1 player color insight. We're going to need that for claiming the district bonuses on here. We are not in a position to do that at all anytime soon. Or also for publishing a treatise on whatever, which we're also highly unlikely to do. We need to complete some research first. Okay, but we did that one. And now we can take 1 more tile here. We always have to build left to right here. So we can get the one that lets us do some like minor growth potentially. We turn a minor green into a median green and gain a coffee, or we downgrade we suppress an insight in order to do something. What is the empty one? To generate any insight. Okay, I think let's take this one. So let's go matchy. That's been working out okay, because then we always are going to have the insight we need in order to resolve this. Now we immediately get the banner effect on it. So we get to trigger this location using the location effect using the count tags option. So we would count how many we get to trigger it for the once for this tag here, and then any additional tags we have that are like that. So that would be like, for instance, here, right? I don't know if this counts because our patient isn't cured yet. I don't know if that counts as a tag. And our bonus our bonus is only when resting, so we don't get our bonus yet. So let's make sure we haven't done the location things very often yet. So let's make sure we get this right. So counting tags. Count the number of tags in your play area. This may be from in-play research card, treatises, clients, location goals, etc. Okay, so then I would say we do count this. We do count both clients probably. Or well, this is only the location, the theater, right? The theater. So we have 1, 2 tags for that. Okay. And we get to trigger the effects here. So that basically lets us do, so we're triggering this location and we have 2 tags that match this. 1 from the thing that we just got plus 1 from our client. So we have a total of 2. We can resolve any of these things up to 2 times. Okay. So we can generate an insight. We can increase an insight, right? And we could get rid of one of our green insights in order to gain a research card, which we have some research cards, but you always play them 2 at a time. They're kind of hard to get. And we actually have an abundance of these right now. So I think we might do that twice. We're going to spend 2 of our common things. We had 3 in the baseline here. So we're going to spend 2 of them in order to get 2 research cards. So we draw one here and then we decide, do we want to switch it with one of the ones that's there, right? And these are going to provide us with some of those icons. Like this one doesn't, but for instance, this one gives us more tags, right? I think all the treatises have like a little bit of every color. So I think it's in our best interest to get this red one here. And then, you know, I don't know. Do we keep this one? We can swap. Let's just keep it. Just keep it. Okay. We'll call that kind of complete on placing this second thing and resolving its banner effect. Now we flip it over. We don't get to resolve its main effect because we got it from the second row rather than the third one, or second column rather. Okay, so we did this action. We did it twice because we used we generated an idea or used a bright idea to resolve it a second time. And now we need to move our inkpot 2 spots, right? So we're going to move it 1, 2, and we resolve this row of stuff on here. Okay, so we generate a minor purple one. We can then spend that to gain 2 coffee. Now that gets us to our max, but we're allowed to use these abilities at like any time. Okay, so including to interrupt while we're gaining coffee. So we still need to gain 1 more, but we can spend some here. We could spend 3 to generate a bright idea. We could spend 1 to not suppress. We can't do that. We could spend 2 to elevate something. What are we going to need up here in the future? We're going to need one of the like this client here on this dream. We're going to need the big boy purple. So why don't we spend 2 coffee? I'll just spend 1 because we are owed 1 still. And we can elevate one of these, and we'll elevate this one up to the highest in purple so that we're ready to go for treating that patient in the future here. Okay. And then we can generate a median purple, and then we can generate a median green. Growth and freedom. All right, so that was pretty good. Oh, and then we get to move another one up. Now we don't have any on red, which is unfortunate here. But I don't think that that's something that you can't move them from the center unless you generate them. Like the increase, elevate one only allows you to move an existing. So why don't we elevate this one to up to the max here, just because we can. And we'll see how that plays out for us later. Okay. So we resolved this row and our turn is now over. Our friend over here is going to take a normal placement turn because he has at least 2. So he's going to put them on the bottom spot here. Going to take 2. And he's going to put them down here. Doesn't matter where we point them because he doesn't actually do his thing. And then he's going to move his inkpot 4 spots, which is brutal actually, because what's going to happen is he's going to move it 1, 2, 3, 4, and then move it 4 again, right? So he's not going to resolve any of these things immediately, but he's going to unlock another thing. He's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So he will unlock his other meeting thing. Okay. He can't resolve that column. There's functionally no tiles there, but he can do this. So he's going to he's going to draw a card and swap it, right? And then resolve it. So he's going to draw this card. He's going to swap it with the right one because that's what the compass says, and then the compass is going to flip around. And then he's going to gain what's on it, which ends up being a coffee. Okay. And overall, actually, that wasn't as brutal as I thought. He's then going to flip this over. But he did kind of loop around. He's going to have all of his actions unlocked very quickly here. Okay, so we desperately need to take a recall action. We do have one bright idea. We could just spend it to take an action, a singleton, but we don't want to do that. We're gonna recall our stuff. Okay, so let's do that. I don't know how Freud ends up, unless we move Freud. I don't know how that ends up happening. I feel like that's something that feels like it's missing in the solo game, and I'm not sure if it's because I'm making a mistake or because that's just how the solo game rolls. I don't know. But yeah. Anywho, okay. Let's do this recall action. So count the different spots that have our ideas on them, and we gain that much coffee. So we're going to gain 3 coffee. In lieu of taking 3 coffee, we're just going to generate a bright idea. Okay. We're going to take all these ideas back, put them in there. Okay, and then we either pick the location with our professor or with Freud, up to us. And we can either get the location bonus or the district bonus. Now, we can't obviously get a district bonus because we would need to have more of these icons, right? We would need these icons present in our player area. And right now we have 0 of them, right? We could get some from research eventually. For these purple ones, we don't have a single one. So we certainly don't have 3. So we can take the location bonus instead. So when we do, we take the tile here, okay? and we put it on any spot we want. So we can either gain a tile. This can be any of the tiles, but we don't get to like resolve any bonuses or whatever. We just put it on our board in the leftmost spot. It's probably what I think we should take. You know? Okay, we only get to choose the ones that are on the leftmost column. But having more tiles here is going to unlock more of our things and also let us get more for resolving these column actions, which will be nice. That's when we stop at the top here, right? So the tiles feel like a great thing to do. Also then our inkwell gets a little less punishing. If we have this tile here, for instance, then we can actually, you know, do stuff on this row instead of nothing. So our options are, do we want to be able to turn a minor purple into a major purple? Or do we want to suppress one and then elevate two? I think we want this one, okay? We just get to place this down here. We've now completed this column and we can unlock this other player insight, okay? It also means that when we resolve this column, we're gonna get to generate an extra resource. So super good for us, right? The location bonus was nice to have. Okay. And then that's it. Okay. So, a couple things that I need to figure out. Was Freud's reputation supposed to go up when the bot moved it? I'm not sure. Every time we move it, it moves up. But does the bot move it up? I don't know. Who knows? Okay. Well, I discovered nothing, but that's okay. So we recalled. It's our friend's turn. See what happens. Emma just called your music ancient Egyptian music. I don't think that that's fair. I don't think that's fair. All right, our boy here is taking the 4 inkpot action again. I hate this kid. Stupid bot is a jerk. Getting all his idea tokens out. Hey, he is down here. We're gonna move His inkpot's 4 spots. 1, 2, 3, 4. That means he unlocks this other meeting thing. And he will resolve this. That gets him a coffee, but nothing else. Okay. We're actually at the point now. The bot has just now caught up. Oh, I'm on the zoomed in again. I did it again. Man, I keep doing that today. I'm rusty. He's just caught up to where he would be if we started on any difficulty other than easy. So that's a thing. Okay, so what do we want to do? What do we want to do? What's our win condition here? You know, I think getting some of these reputation tiles that are sitting there just lurking wouldn't be horrible. But it would involve, like, we would have to move essentially, and then you know, we're only resolve the location when we do a like a rest action. Hey, did I do that? What's my bonus here? Did I mess that up? When recalling your ideas, you may claim an extra location bonus. I can just take a second whole ass location bonus. It can be from this one or that one. Okay. Yeah. Boom. I did forget that. We have another big boy purple thing. Just like that. Okay, so what do we need to do to win? We need to cure our patient, okay? If we're gonna cure our patient, we need to generate some red stuff here and some green stuff. We haven't done any of that really in a while, okay? We probably also want to play some research cards. I mean, that might be a way for us to generate some of that stuff anyway. And then we probably want to publish a treatise, right? So that requires us to have the volumes that are shown on it. Those are these things, right? So like if I want one of the ones at the top there, like I need a red and a green research card, basically, right? Like I need to have those things out, those volumes kind of published, right? So you have to set aside one of your research cards that matches it, and then you can use your other research cards, or you can cite other players' research. Okay. And then they get the research cards get placed, like it gets placed over top of your research cards. So probably we want to do some research and put out, maybe get those on ones that like give us a reward but don't have icons, would be like the min-maxy kind of move to do. So maybe we should try and play some research cards here. That could let us go 1, 2, 3, gain another one of these, and resolve this row, which is really powerful for us. It would additionally let us... There was some other clever idea here. We gain the benefits of these. We could get a heart-shaped box, which we're going to need in order to cure this client. And it basically, I think, would get us all of what we need in order to do that. So... maybe let's give that a whirl. Let's try it out. Let's see what happens. Let's we want to move, which we're not going to do. We're going to move next turn, which will probably be possible. And this turn, we're going to publish some research, or we're going to play some research cards. So, we're going to, I mean, we could play all 4, actually. We can take that action twice and play all 4. That's probably worth it. Probably worth it. Make sure we do this correctly. So, when we play research cards, we trigger an effect. Okay, we basically put it face up in front of you, and we get anything that it shows on the bottom. So, boom. We play all of these, and we gain a medium green guy, a medium red guy, a heart-shaped box, and nothing. This gives us some icons. We actually have, 2 of these red ones now. We're close to having enough where we could actually get one of the district bonuses down here. But, all right, wait. Is this the combined? Is the district bonus combined? I think it is. So maybe we have enough now. So we want to move their next turn and then rest, right? Tags from both locations in the district. So we can claim one of these district bonuses, which is pretty cool for us. Okay, so we played our 4 things. We got our rewards. We now move 3 spots. 1, 2, 3. We get one of these. Okay. Oh, does that mean we resolve this column? Or we resolve whatever column we want, I think. Of an unlocked column on your player board. Okay. So I think we can do whatever column we want. Because we really want to do that first column much more than we want to do that second one, I think. Probably. Excuse me. Trigger a column. Okay. Excuse me. So we're going to trigger this column because we like it. And that means that we can turn one of our minor greens into a medium green and gain a coffee. We're maxed on coffee. Probably we want to spend 3 and get generate an idea here. Okay. We then can turn one of our minor purples into 2 coffee. Loving that coffee. And then we can suppress 1 in order to gain 2. But we can do these in any order, and we can generate 1 first. So let's generate a red one. And then let's suppress our medium green. We really don't need all of those, I don't think. And then we can gain 2. Let's gain them on this red. What do we need red for? We need it here. I guess we already have it. But whatever, it's not going to hurt to have that available. So we've resolved that whole column, and we have more ideas now. And we could spend our heart-shaped box if we want. It's not really going to help us a ton. We do have the resources we need in order to start treating this patient. If we do use this and our heart-shaped box, we can get her to catharsis and then start gaining the reward for her. But we don't want to get distracted. We want to move next turn and get one of these location bonuses just because we can, and I want to see what happens. So our turn is over. What's our friend doing? Hey John, how's it going? Or is that Emma? Okay, our annoying bot friend is going right here. Okay, he's gonna move his inkpot 2, 1, 2, and then that means he moves it again. 1, 2. So he's on the top row. And
drink something.
All right. You got me. My coffee's almost gone. It's cold too. It's miserable. Okay, so he's gonna gain a coffee, which means he has 4. He's gonna get a heart-shaped box.
What's with all this slouching?
Jesus, what is this, guys? Okay. And then he's going to do the thing where he ruins our day by taking this top one. He's resolved this a disproportionately large number of times. This is basically just going to get him a coffee, okay? But then it's going to get discarded from the game. When all those are gone, they're gone. But we can replace tiles by placing new ones over top of them. Actually, the problem we're going to have is we can get 2 more tiles, and then we can't get any more after that until we've cured at least 1 patient. So that's something we got to be kind of mindful of. But that's okay. It's okay. We're getting there. This guy's going to flip up this tile. It also means that he is highly likely to beat us to this. This is have 2 columns complete. He has 5 flipped up tiles now. Because we put this in this column, we would need 2 additional tiles in order to tie that up. He does have 1 heart-shaped box. I guess, you know what? He's supposed to have his second patient now. He got rid of catharsis. This is gone. My bad. He always puts a case study patient over here. And he always takes the one that's requires the most hearts. Now, something I don't understand and I didn't figure out is it tells me to draft dreams, but then he never actually collects those resources or resolves them. So I don't think it makes any sense to draft dreams for him. I'm almost certain that it told me to do that. Maybe it didn't. Maybe I just did that. No. Place the client and a latent dream card according to the base game's rules. Maybe it's just to cycle the deck there. Because he never actually interacts with those cards. He doesn't take the therapy action ever. So I think it is just to cycle the deck. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, so he gets a latent dream. And a manifest dream. He always takes the most expensive. Otherwise, he uses the thing to decide. I think that means he takes that one. We're calling that fair. I don't know. It's not wildly far off. Okay. Where were we? I'm not sure if I moved his token. I feel like I didn't. So I'm just gonna... He had 4? No, maybe I did. Okay. We're going to call his turn done, and we're going to do ours. And we're not going to lose track of what we wanted to do. We want to move. So, that means we have to take this action, which means we have to go here. This lets us move 1 or 2 spots. Getting some more research cards would be great. But also getting some more of these heart-shaped boxes would be good. We can trade for them. I think we need 1 of every like level, like 1 minor, 1 median, and 1 major of any color to trade for a heart-shaped box. That's one way for us to get them. At any time, we can trade. Yeah. I feel like that should be marked on here somewhere, but I don't see it. Anyways, but the other way we can get them, because we can use them for therapy whenever we want. The other way we can get them is like maybe up here, you know? Though this is a major... Okay, we have at least 1 that we could trade. Okay, so we're going to take the move action. I think we're only going to move once because we want to be in that other district. Right? So, we are going to move, I think we can move 1 or 2 spaces when we take that action. Advance your professor or move your professor to Freud's. We don't want to go to Freud's location, so we're going to move 1, 2 spaces. I think. Okay. And then, we can now trigger our location effect up to 5 times. So we can either count the number of figures there or count the number of tags. Okay, so in our case, I mean, that would be a compelling reason to move here instead. We do have one additional tag. Like right now, we only have one tag, that one coffee cup, or there's one of us. So we could move here instead, and then we have 2 of these tags. And instead of getting only one bonus, well, we could get 2 bonuses. But we want that heart-shaped box, so we're gonna do it. We're gonna go there. We're gonna turn our player color thing into a heart-shaped box. We now have 2 bonus kind of like therapy that we can provide essentially. Okay. And unfortunately, we can spend a bright idea. If you spend a bright idea, you get each bright idea gets you 2 additional of those things. But we do need to keep this one. So I don't think our setup here is like really conducive to making that work. Now we could spend some coffee to transfer some of these. That's an option. That's an option. What if we do that? We can't actually resolve this because we no longer have a miner in the green area. Just trying to min-max this. Only resolving 1 feels awful, frankly. So I'm trying to think of what else can we do here to, you know, maybe get a little bit more benefit. So let's try this. We're gonna spend a bright idea. That gets us 2 more actions. Okay. And we can generate a red we want. But I'm not sure. We could spend 2 coffee and we can move one of these to, you know, somewhere else, basically. So we could move this one over, and then we can spend it to get another heart-shaped box. That means we have 3 heart-shaped boxes, and then we can generate it, and then we keep our player color ones in there, and that works out. So we used our actions, we used some coffee, we used some ideas, we made some stuff happen. I guess, honestly, actually, we probably, since we're intending to rest anyway, I'm going to retcon this a little bit. We could have moved here first, and because we can move 1 or 2 spaces, and then I could have also moved here and stayed in this district. If I'd moved here first, I would have had 2 of these to spend, and we're just going to like make it easy and say I got one of these and then I used it to get a research card. So I pick up one of these and I can swap it with the other one. I'm going to keep this one actually, because I want to have ones that don't have tags on them to use for the treatises. Okay, so we did our action, kind of slight retcon there. It's fine. We can rest next turn and feel good. We don't need one of these cards because he's actually going to take a rest action right now. Because he has a bright idea, but a bright idea isn't enough for him to put out 2 tokens. So he's going to count his spaces. He's on 1, 2, 3 spaces. That means he's going to gain 3 coffee, which is actually puts him at 4. So he gets a heart-shaped box. And then he's going to claim a district bonus if he can. He's in a bad district for him, so he cannot do that. So he is going to instead claim a location bonus. So he is going to claim this one, which would get him a research card, which he gets. He'll resolve it the next time he takes the action where he swaps and plays research cards. So we'll just leave that in his hand. And that's it. Oh, he'll use his heart-shaped box. Okay, so will he always... He always tries to apply therapy to his clients as evenly as possible, but he uses the compass to determine it. So he starts on that one, and then this would flip. But he doesn't have any more to use. That's okay. All right, so he's done. It's our turn. We are also going to take a recall action because we want to get this district bonus. I don't even really think it's worth it, but we're doing it anyway because it's going to make us feel good. Okay? So, we're going to rest. We get 1, 2 coffee for our trouble. I think my music is over. Oh, is Emma. Nice. I think my music has died. Okay, so we either claim a location bonus or claim a district bonus. Count the number of location tags in your play area. You must have a number equal to or greater than the number shown. So we have 3. 1, 2, 3. Because it can match either one. So, whoa! Now this bonus isn't as good as the better bonuses. They're much better, but getting a lot of those is going to be hard. And if we get these tokens out on the board, then that's the requirement for one of these things, which also gets us more tags. So that's really good. Okay. Okay, so we get to advance our inkpot 1 space and trigger its effects and gain 1 heart-shaped box. We're going to also pretend that I had spent that heart-shaped box last time because I failed to do so. But let's just pretend I had. And that means that we're going to gain that one back. I think I can actually do that. You can explicitly do it. Maybe it's only at the end of your turn, but whatever. I will forgive myself. And then we get to move our inkpot 1. So we get to go here. We get to generate a green. And then we can spend a green in order to get a medium green and a coffee. So that's pretty okay. I don't mind that one little bit. Now, I don't know if I can use my bonus here. Is it when resting? Or is it only... When recalling, you may claim an extra location bonus. So, I think that even though I claimed a district bonus, I can also claim a location bonus, which means we're going to increase our reputation here, which will be cool. So, the question is, what do we want to get? We could do a column. That basically lets us generate resources. We basically have them all out. I don't think we need that. I think we want to take this one. We're going to gain a reputation point. Freud's going to also gain a reputation point. He always stays ahead of us. Okay. But we get to take one of these tiles, and that's going to help us in terms of maybe qualifying for this thing before he does. We could get it next turn as long as he doesn't get it next turn. So, which of these tiles do we want? Do we want to convert little... I don't know. Maybe we want this one. Downgrade in order to upgrade and generate. It's kind of like this one down here. Think so? I think it's the better of the two. So we're going to take it. And we don't get any perks for it. And we really want to fill one in here. We cannot fill these ones until we have cured a patient. On that note, we have enough heart-shaped boxes that we could just neglect to do this entirely and spend our heart-shaped boxes to cure this patient right now. And then we would draft another one. And we'd have this bonus forever. And it would give us flexibility in terms of where we can place. So... do we need to do that immediately? We can't gain any more heart-shaped boxes, but we're not really at a point where we're likely to do that magically. You know, we're probably not going to just spontaneously gain a heart-shaped box. So maybe what we will do is wait that out a little bit and see. Let's wait that out. Okay, Let's see. Does he, if he gets a single inkpot on this card, he will beat us to the 6 tile thing. And if he gets anything but that, he won't. So let's see. 4 inkpots. All right. Oh, yeah, okay. I don't think this gets him there. So he is going to put out 2 things down here. I'm going to play this turn, and then I'm going to take a break and fix the music and grab a drink that is warm, because it's kind of cold in here actually now. So he's going to put that there. He's going to move his inkpot 1, 2, 3, 4. I got to make sure, does he get some other sort of bonus when he crosses that spot if he can't take any cards off, or any tiles off? Probably he does. Probably gains a coffee or something, right? Okay, so top space. He triggers an unlocked column. Triggers the one with the most notebook tiles flipped. And that's all he does. So he's going to trigger this one because it's got 3 tiles. So he's going to do the annoying burn this tile. He gets a coffee for his trouble. We hate him for it. But what are you going to do? This one, I think Freud moves. So moves Freud 1 to 3 spaces by choosing the location that will trigger the most effects, either by counting figures or tags. So he would get the most effects by moving to here. Because he's either got 2 figures or 2 tags. Works out the same way either way. So he just gets a coffee per thing. So he's going to gain 2 coffee. And then for the bottom one, he's going to do the switcheroo here again. So he's going to take this. And then he's going to resolve both of these. This gives him immediately a heart-shaped box and 2 coffee. So he's going to get 2 heart-shaped boxes from that. That's kind of huge. He's then going to use those to cure his clients. And that means that this client is cured. And his other one is slightly... they're working on it. They're working on it. Okay. So he is going to... We're going to just set that one aside. It's done. He's going to draft a new routine client. He's going to take the one... I think he takes the one... This is based on the arrow. And then the dreams that he takes are based on whichever one's the most hearts for the manifest dream. They're all the same, though. They're actually almost all 2, like at least what we've seen so far. So I think in that case, the arrow means he picks this one, which is back again. I think I did that right. I hope so. I feel like it doesn't really matter a ton as long as it's sort of turning over the deck and he's taking specifically the higher valued things generally. So hopefully I did that right. Drafts according to the compass arrow and then picks the highest manifest card. Okay, cool. So he is done. And we are ready to do our turn, but we're not going to do so yet because, like I mentioned, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to grab a drink here, and then I will be back with more unconscious mind. So we will see you back here shortly. Oh, hey. Looks like I went on break just in time to miss a raid. So that's that feels bad. But welcome in, friends. Sorry about the bad timing there. I feel kind of crappy. Anyways, welcome in. Scotchbox. Thanks for that raid. I'd a shout out here. I can't type. Welcome in. Thank you. Greetings. We're a community of Star Trek fans. We seek out new life and new civilizations. Tonight we're making first contact with you. That's fun. Okay, cool. I can't say I'm familiar with your stream, but appreciate you bringing your community here. I'm James, Off Cost Games, and I play board games. So I like to play games, physical games, on the table because I like helping people find games that they'll enjoy so that they can share them with people they care about. So today we are playing a big boy game. Well, I was going to show you the box, but I don't have it. It was Unconscious Mind. Unconscious Mind is a board game about Sigmund Freud, psychoanalysis, and interpreting dreams. So it is a pretty serious game. It kind of consumes my whole table here, yeah, it's a bit of a heavy one. I'd love to know, as Star Trek fans, like, what is that? I'm gonna actually like check out your like VOD or something real quick. What is that? What do you typically stream? Is it like video games, like Star Trek video games, or something else? I don't know. Pawns? I have no idea. Other stuff? Oh my. I see a lot of people in these clips. Can't really actually do a good job of looking, but also assume that you're a VR kind of guy. Okay, Bridge Crew, which I've never played. Real question, original TNG or DS9? That is a really important question to bring up. I'll just put it out there. I'm a TNG guy. Definitely. Appreciate your rolling camera. We do mixed reality VR streams using a green screen to appear inside the games, and a moving camera adds a heck of a lot. Nice. Do you have a moving camera? I have quite a complicated camera setup here because it turns out that board games aren't that visually interesting. So I got the little slider cam over here. Sometimes we use that to, show off details and that sort of thing. We also have a little for playing with these cards, and we got a little card cam down here if we need to talk about the details. So I do have a complicated camera setup because I like cameras and it's nerdy and fun. So DS9 might technically be the best Star Trek, but there's no denying TNG is home. Listen, I appreciate that. I'll take that. DSG, or just DS9 rather. DSG, what the hell am I saying? DS9 never did it for me. I tried recently. I don't know. It's just, I think it was just, I have there's too much, God, what is the word that I'm looking for? Nostalgia. That's the word. Too much nostalgia for me for TNG. So I'm like the right age. I was like a kid. It was, you know, whatever, the early 90s, and there was reruns on TV, and I have fond memories of that. And I think that that's what makes it for me. So we too just did the chroma key mousepad hack. Okay. So actually, this interestingly is not chroma key, because I hate chroma key because I find it finicky. So I'm cheating, and I have, this is I have right here a like a tracing board, like a cheap one off of Amazon. So basically it's backlit, and then I do a Luma key instead. If you're having issues with your chroma key, highly recommend. It's pretty cheap and works rather well. DS9 first season is a little tricky. It gets so good. So Allison, I didn't know you were a Star Trek fan. We got to talk about that. So on Star Trek, and then I got to get back into this game here. Have you or anyone in your chat, do you have a lot of experience with any of the Star Trek board games? There's a lot. There's a lot of vintage ones, which I think I'm very comfortable saying are not good. And then there's a lot of more recent ones that you know, are from you know, okay to excellent. So I'd be curious. I think as far as Star Trek goes, the only Star Trek stuff that I have at hand, board game wise, I've got the old, if you're into, you know, the original series, we got the Star Trek 5-Year Mission cooperative board game, but I actually haven't ever played this. It's just sitting there on the shelf for reasons that I won't get into right now. But anyways, that's one that I gotta get out onto the table sometime soon. We literally played the VHS one for my partner's birthday. That's commitment. I like it. Nice. I own a few, but never managed to play them. Well, I have a massive board game collection, and there was a point where I was working on getting a lot of the older Star Trek games, and that kind of got put on hold because I forgot about it, frankly. Got distracted with other things. But I do have a bundle of them, so maybe this is a good reason to inspiration to get a couple of them to the table. All right, so since you guys rated in here, why don't I the VHS one? The only VHS board game I ever played was Nightmare, which was corny and like so bad it's good, you know? I'm sure the Star Trek one is in the same kind of vibe, right? From a lockdown, we got into board games, but through a narrative lens, it was games like Betrayal that got us in, and then the legacy variants that hooked us. Okay, that's rad. I can appreciate that. I'm big on narrative games. I play a lot of solo games here, but not strictly solo. And yeah, something I've been playing recently, or really enjoying recently, I got Mansions of Madness back to the table because I was playing spooky games for October, and it was sort of you know, it's a Cthulhu story, more of an interactive story, or as much an interactive story as a game anyway. That's always fun. So Unconscious Mind, let me tell you about this. This is perhaps not narrative, but pretty thematic for this kind of style of game. This is about Sigmund Freud, the birth of psychoanalytics and dream interpretation. So ostensibly what we're trying to do here is we're trying to cure our patients. Maybe, well, here, this one, for instance, one of our patients, okay? And she came in here and was telling us about her dreams. This is a latent dream she has, okay? So we're trying to help, you know, her interpret this and so on. And in practical terms, what that means is there's a bunch of little icons on the bottom of there, and we got to collect those in order to help cure this lovely lady, okay? And then the means by which we do that is vast, okay? Thanks for that follow. Appreciate you. I don't know why a Twitch icon appeared on stream. That was really weird. But anyways, there's basically most of the action in this game happens over here. We've got this board where we are going to place out these little idea tokens, okay? This is us stating our ideas. We're meeting with Sigmund Freud and his contemporaries and talking about psychoanalysis and so on. And we place these out on the board where the little tail of them points in a particular direction towards one of these spots, and we can resolve that action. Most of the game happens here. We got resources down here. This lets us collect them. We can add tiles to our board here. This is a separate little mini game that happens. Okay, we can move around the map. Another little mini game that happens. We're primarily taking actions over here in order to gather resources, which we then convert into stuff to help cure our patients, right? As we do that, we get to move this little rondel, this little inkpot around here, and this little tile collection game. We get to resolve some of these, do some extra stuff, okay? And we can also move on this map and do some extra stuff. Additionally, there are some overarching goals that we are trying to achieve. And that would be things like curing a certain number of patients, or we can publish a treatise on whatever, psychology and alchemy, for instance, you know? And yeah, anyways. Lots of ways to score points, a bajillion things going on. We're playing it solo against a bot, Id's a dickhead. We don't like him that much. But what are you gonna do? So, where I left us, I think we had just completed our id turn. I took that break as you guys rated in, and I was going to resolve my turn next. So most of the time, we're going to state our ideas. We're gonna place stuff on this board. And we really want to be kind of the first to the punch on this here. If we can get 2 columns of tiles onto this board, then we get to take this tile and increase our reputation, which is swell. We want to be reputable. So we want to take that action for sure. Strangely, in this game, coffee is a resource, and we spend coffee in order to gain tiles. So there's these 3 actions up here, and when we take one of those, we get to remove a tile from the board and place it down onto our own player board and get some of the effects. Basically, the more coffee we spend, the more bonus we gain immediately. So on that note, we want to place in this top row, I think. We get to move our little inkpot here a number of spots equal to the row we place in. So 1, 2, 3, or 4. And we want to move it 1. We get a lot of stuff when we move this inkpot just a single spot. So what that means is we want to put one of these up into this top row somewhere. And we probably just want to do this one. This will allow us to pay 3 coffee in order to gain one of these 2 tiles and get the rewards shown on either side of it immediately. So let's do that. We'll pay 3 coffee. We had 6, we now have 3. And we're gonna pick up one of these tiles. I don't really know which of these is better. We're just gonna take this one. We're gonna take that one. And we know it's gonna go down on our board over here. Can I just say your live stream is of higher quality than many people's fully edited YouTube videos? And I say this as a guy with enough cameras to do elaborate holodeck nonsense. Listen, I genuinely appreciate that. I really try hard to get the stream to, like, that's an important thing. I started streaming, and there's not a lot of board game streamers, let's be honest. It's a really small niche, right? Probably, I wonder if there's more Star Trek VR streamers. There's probably a similar number, maybe more even. I don't know. But something that was challenging in the board game space is I'd try to watch these board game streams and I literally couldn't see what was happening because it was this vibe of, well, I was playing a game, so I turned the camera on. And I just really strive to make this actually watchable, basically. It's deeply important to me. So I really appreciate that. You're also clearly thinking, even your choice of frame rate is spot on. Look at you. Thank you. I'm blown away by your setup. It's magnificent. Thanks for that follow. And I mean it. I genuinely that means a lot. You just made my day. You guys rated in here, and that's something I really put a lot of time and effort towards making work. And especially if you're doing the VR stream, I actually have a VR setup, and I've thought about doing VR streaming, and it's just that. Yeah, I'd love to chat about that and your experiences sometime, just because it's something that I've considered but never actually gone for. Right? There are a lot of VR board games. I hate all of them. It's not my thing. It's probably not what I would play. It would be something else. But I'd be curious to talk about that. I have a Vive Pro and a desire to use it more maybe. I go for this kind of thing, but largely hacked together in an ADH way on the day. And there'll be a gimbaled webcam with 6 positions and various custom scenes. You show what could have actual intention. Okay, anyways, I gotta check out your stream so bad. I definitely need to see that because I'd really like to just see how that goes and I'd love to have an opportunity to chat about that sometime on Discord or something. Socials should show up in the chat at some point here. And planning, honestly, I don't know. I feel like the setup I got planned out, but you guys missed the hour it took me to set this game up because I was running behind schedule. So planning isn't what I would say my strong suit is. But anyways, back to the game. Okay, so we took this action. We paid 3 coffee. We grabbed this tile. We get to now resolve the actions on both sides of this tile in the order of our choosing. So we got this little board down here where basically we have 3 colors of things. Strictly, these are growth, freedom, and passion, but red, green, and purple. And they're minor, median, and major. So they have a level as well. So we have to suppress one of these, which basically means to decrease its level. And then we get to increase one and gain a purple one. Now, that sucks because we don't actually have enough tiles here to really resolve this very effectively. So I think we're just going to decrease this one, increase it back to where it was, and then we actually don't gain the purple at all. That kind of blows. This was maybe not the tile to pick, but I'm going to live with it. We'll suffer. We'll just call it a day. And then now we get to also resolve the location effect immediately on this little city map over here, as though we were taking a different action. So basically what that looks like is, if the camera would play nice, the tile we got shows the art gallery down here. We get to take some actions here and we count up how many of these art gallery icons we have kind of in front of us, and then we get that many actions. And because we suck, we have 1. So boo. Yeah, we basically get a free coffee out of that, and that's about it. So sucks to suck. That was actually a really underwhelming turn, with the exception of the fact that we now have all 6 tiles and we get this bonus thing, which was our whole purpose for that. Kind of took a stinker of a turn to get this thing. And that increases our reputation by 1, which also increases our friend Freud's reputation by 1 and brings us a little bit closer to the end of the game. Bring on the Freudian slips. Hey, it's been okay so far. All right, so that was this. Now we get to move our inkpot So because we picked this top row, we're going to move it one spot, and then we resolve this left to right. This actually also really sucks for us. I need to spend these resources because, yeah, we really don't have a good opportunity here. So we can generate one of these. Well, we have no tokens, so we can't do that. We can then convert one into 2 coffee. We can do that. We'll then get it back. And then we can gain a medium green one. Oh, this should be flipped the other way. Whoops. But we don't actually have a token for that either, because this is my first time playing this game, and apparently I'm not very good at it. Then we can upgrade a token, and we will probably upgrade this one. Okay, we got the thing that we wanted. We're happy about that. Everything else was a bit of a failure. Oh well. Now our bot gets to take a turn. The bot is going to get one of these cards. It's going to show us where he's going to place his pieces. Okay, so those are going to go over here. Now, unlike us, the bot doesn't resolve an action. He just uses this as a cheeky way of moving his inkpot. So he's going to move it 3 because I was on the 3rd row. He's going to go 1, 2, 3 down to this bottom spot. And then just like we did, he's going to resolve this left to right. Now, the bot doesn't have a lot of the resources we have, so he ends up just getting coffee, basically. And he kind of uses that to cheat. Right, board game bots are, solo bots are like an approximation of the game is very nice. Like, is an exaggeration. They're just sort of here. So he's gonna gain a coffee. He's then gonna resolve this, which means he picks up one of these cards. He trades it with one of the cards on the table. I think this is a cheeky way of them getting to cycle the deck a bit. And then he's gonna play it and gain the reward immediately. This reward is going to get him a heart-shaped box. I didn't reduce him to 0 last time. Whoops. So he's going to be at 1. That sucks for us. That's okay. Then he's going to do this one, which we've never resolved before, actually. So let's see how that goes. So this would be to publish a treatise. It's in-play research cards. It can definitely do this. Okay. Prefers to use the cards with as few location tags as possible. So he has 2 that have none. And there is one like that. So he's going to do that. Okay. So he is going to publish this, and he's basically just going to score a bunch of points now by being better at talking about research than we are. What a jerk. So he's going to score this way up here. He's going to use these 2 books in order to get that, basically. We kind of line them up, sort of. I messed that up. Apparently 2 cards being stacked the right way was the limit for me as far as, dexterity goes. Anyway, he has published an outline of psychoanalysis. Actually, wait. He can't do this because he needs to put one of his stupid things on it, and he doesn't have one yet. Damn it. Okay, so it doesn't... Instead, he's going to do nothing. He's going to do nothing. My mistake. But he is going to flip this tile, and then he does unlock one of these, so he's going to be able to do it next time. What a fail. Okay. Whoops. All right. So, back to trying to win this game. We probably want to get some more of these. We need to gain reputation. We need to get reputation here, as well as from these districts. Those are ways we can get it. I think that this was supposed to go up by 1 with the id, but I'm really not sure. I don't know. Anyway, so we need to collect red icons in order to get... We want to have 6, and then we can get a reputation here. Reputation is the best way for us to gain. Well, it's how we end the game, frankly. And we want to be in the lead on points and gain reputation. So we need to cure patients. We need to get some more of our tokens out on the board. If we get one more out, we can take this one. So that would be cool. In fact, we have enough icons right now that if I just take a rest action, I can claim this district, and I can also, that would get me this, and then it would give me enough to claim it next time around as well. So that's a big option. Okay, so let's see here. Let's see. If we were going to do this, we probably want to... Do we want to cure... Oh, I moved. Yeah. Do we want to cure a patient first? I want to spend these frickin' resources. What I want to do. So, I have 3 heart-shaped boxes. I'll get a bunch more when I rest. Heart-shaped boxes can be used for therapy. I can just use 2 to cure this patient, and she goes away, and I don't have to deal with her dumb dream. But just spending the resources is also not horrible. So, okay. If we treat clients, I think we can treat both of them. One or both of them. All right. We can't quite get enough of a reward that we can cure both of these patients this turn, but we really should just use up these things. We should just take a moment to treat patients. The more patients we treat, the closer we are to a number of these. This one is for getting, you know, 2 routine patients, and this one for 3 routine patients and 2 case study patients. We got to cure some patients to get any of those done, so let's treat them. So when we take a treat patients action, we're basically getting the things that are on the top card here. We have to have those resources, the ones that are shown at the bottom. So we'll start with this patient. So we need a medium red and 2 small green. Now we don't have 2 small green, but we have 1, and we can use this. Well, that's a bad timing for that. We can use this one as a small. We can overspend. We don't get any change or anything, but it works out. So we spent these 3 resources, and we gain the perks that are shown. So we gain 2 points of therapy, and we gain a card and then a research card, and then we can play one. So let's do the research card. We pick one of these up. We can decide if we want to swap it with one of the existing ones. I don't think we do. I think we just want to keep it. And then we can play one. So let's play this one, because we actually have some tokens now. We immediately gain a minor green. And then we get 2 points of healing, curative therapy on this lady. And she's now cured. So we get to set her card aside, and we get to keep it for later, basically. She has a little power that she makes available to us. We've had access to that for a while now, but now we'll never lose it, basically. We're going to draft a new card to replace her when we're done. So the next thing we will do is we'll do this one. Okay, so we need a major purple and a minor green, which thankfully we got that minor green from that research card. So we'll spend our major purple and our minor green. We'll move those into the center. And that gets us 2 points of therapy and 3 points on the board. And then we discard this dream. So we're going to move this down to 1, 2. I wish that board wouldn't move so much. And we can also, at the end of our turn here, woohoo! Yeah, we cured somebody. We cured somebody. Imagine. So we really got to use this up. So I think we're just shamefully we have 3, which is the max, and it'd be really great if we had 4, but we can't have that. So what we can do though is we can spend 3. 1, 2, 3. We can only do this at the end of our turn. But we basically just immediately move those, like, count as extra therapy points. We can immediately move this down a respective amount. Okay, so we just need 1 more in order to cure this girl. Now, hold on. We're trying to min-max here. If we do this thing on a future turn, we can get 3 there. We basically, whatever. Let's just do it. Just do it. We're gonna spend our 3, okay? Now, we got past this little yellow icon that's probably impossible to see on stream. And the reason that this is so reflective and horrible is she has this card, this transparent card sitting over top that is her grief. So when we pass that yellow icon, it's called catharsis. We remove her grief. We gain whatever benefit is shown on this card, which in this case is 8 points. And then 2 medium purples here. I don't know how the hell we're going to use those, but whatever. Figure that out later. And now we have access to her ability. So that ability lets us do what? Who is this girl? She's one of the routine ones. This is... Oh my god, I cannot read that name. It's in, like, the world's most impossible handwriting. Anyways, instead of publishing, when we're taking this action, instead of publishing, we can instead draw and play a research card. That seemed like it was going to be really useful at the start of the game. It's been a long time since we picked that up, and it feels less useful than perhaps we thought. But that's okay. That's okay. So, we took a treat action. We cured 1 person. We need 1 more point to cure her, and if we cure 2 people, we need 3 routine ones to actually get this. So let's draft another routine patient then. So the routine patients are all over here. I don't know which one we're gonna. I don't know that it matters. We're just gonna pick one. Let's try the hard one. See what happens. So, guy has 7. He needs 7 points of therapy to cure him. We immediately gain 2 points. Okay. We draft a latent dream, or draw one rather. This one's a lot less scary than the other ones. It's just some cool mountain scene. Not so bad. I'd hang out there. And then we draft one of these, which can be anyone we want. We are much more able to get the major on these purple freedom sides than anything else. So that's probably what we want to take. So let's grab this one. Actually, that gets us a bright idea. What do we need? We want an eyeball. We want to do the matchy, which we're not. Okay, this guy. Do that. Cool. All right, so we drafted those. We're gonna put out a new one here. Add some grief to this guy. The overlay. Those are cool, I think. And I think we've cured everybody, and we're done. And it's our friend the bot's turn to ruin our day. And I'm gonna try and dig up an obscure rule that I keep remembering and then forgetting about. Okay. So, well, that's complicated. I think actually that we would have been we could have completed this, because there's this weird, if there wasn't enough in this game, so there's the game here, there's the icons here, there's the mini game here with the, your rondel on your inkpot. There's collecting all these things. There's also this mini game over here where there's icons on these cards. And like this one, for instance, when you use this dream to treat this grief, you get a bonus heart-shaped box, which is what we did over here, which is actually our final one. So we can actually cure this lady right now. I'm retconning that. I don't feel bad about it. Not even a little. And that means we are going to draft another person, because we would have done that on at the end of our turn there. We're going to try taking one of these ones that gets us, points, perma points. They work the same way, just instead of having a bonus effect on them, they get us points. Simple as that. They're case study patients. We only need 2 of them in order to get one of these medals. All right. Oh, that was rough. And I was zoomed in the whole time. It's one problem with the camera thing. It's really easy. Screwed up. All right. What's our bot friend going to do? This is going to be his last turn before he's going to pass. So he is going to take this spot here. And he's going to move his inkpot 2 times. 1, 2. That means he's going to resolve one of these columns, which is going to be the first one because it has the most tiles on it. He's going to do all these things top to bottom. Oh, and he should have this available. So maybe he could have published that thing, but I screwed it up. Anyway, so I didn't resolve this from last time. So he's going to take this. He's going to gain location benefit from here. Basically, he's going to get a coffee. Does he have any more of these tags? Probably. No. Remarkably, he does not. Okay, so he's going to gain 1 coffee for his troubles, and then this gets discarded from the game. He's a big stinky jerk. And then he's going to move Freud 1 to 3 locations. I don't remember what determines how far he goes. Whatever's going to trigger the most effects. So for our guy here, that is going to be onto his location, because then he's going to get 2 things. And then he's going to get 2 coffee. Every time he's at 4, he gains a heart-shaped box, which once again I forgot to move. I suck at this. And then he's going to do the old research thing again. So he's going to pick this one up, going to trade it for this one. Going to immediately resolve this, which he doesn't actually get any rewards right now. And then he gets another coffee. He's going to use this coffee to cure, and he's going to cure this patient first because that's what the arrow shows. And it's back to our turn. I'm getting harassed about dinner, I think. Harassed is a nice way to say that people are trying to take care of me. A really mean way to say it, actually. In theory, I should be wrapping this up really fast, but it has taken way the hell longer than I expected, which has been a problem. But anywho. Okay, so I think at this point, so we don't have enough icons to do this, the big boy one here. And actually, when we take the location action, we have to move. So, probably what we should do then is exactly that. We should move because we have lots of these green icons. We have 5 total. 1 like this, which is not very many, obviously, and 4 like this. But we can sneak through here and get some stuff done because we can place out 2 of our speech bubbles here on the movement, and then we can move 1 or 2 times, and we resolve them fully each time. So we're going to move once to here, and then we resolve it, and then we're going to move once more to the next one, and then we'll resolve that one. Okay, so when we move, make sure I get this right. I feel like I just have forgotten everything suddenly. Yeah, it's only when we pass that we can do the district bonus. That's right. Okay, so we get either the number of figures or the number of things that we've got, faces, whatever. So I guess in actuality, we only have 1 here either way. So we get a pretty minor location benefit. Maybe not worth even doing. I don't know. But whatever, we're going to do it anyhow. So we can get 1 of the things that are shown on here. Okay, we can generate, we can increase something, or we can spend a minor green in order to get a research card. Do any of those actions. We are going to need, well, we already have the resources we need. Honestly, well, you know what we're going to do? We're going to spend our 1 to increase a thing, because then we can move one of these purple ones up to the 3rd row, and then we have what we need to actually resolve both of these treatments as soon as we want. We're not gonna cure anybody with those, but we're gonna, get some more done. Okay, and then we can move to here, and then this one we have 4, so this one's a lot better. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 books, so we can take 4 of these actions. So we can generate minor green ones, we can gain coffee, and we can turn median green ones into heart-shaped boxes. So this is actually big for us in terms of generating some of this, so maybe we can cure one of these patients. Perhaps that lets us get this medal really soon, that sort of thing. So on that note, we have 4 to spend. We generated 1. We can spend 2 coffee, because we got lots of coffee, to increase that. And then we can spend, consume it in order to get a heart-shaped box. So we've spent 2 of our actions. We generated it, and we consumed it. And in between these, we spend some coffee to make it better. And then we're just going to do that again. We're going to generate it. We're going to spend 2 coffee to make it better. And then we're going to consume it to get a heart-shaped box. So we got 2 heart-shaped boxes out of that move, which is pretty good, I think. And that's our turn. We're done. We are finished. So we took this action. We moved our thing 3 times, or we need to move our thing 3 times. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3. That means we get our final thing, and we get to resolve one of these columns, our choosing. So, this lets us get a lot of coffee. So lets us just sort of improve some of our existing things. We need to spend these tokens. It feels like I need to just, even though we just spent a ton curing people, I think we need to do that again. But anyways, let's resolve this one. So, we generate a minor green one, and then we can spend that to get a median green one and a coffee. We then get to do, oh wait, we don't generate it. We're resolving top to bottom. My mistake. So we actually can't do this because we could turn our major one into a median one if we wanted. I think it's actually probably worth it. We'll get a free coffee out of the deal. We'll spend this one to get a median one and a coffee, because we're going to end up upgrading that later anyway. We'll spend I don't know if that's worth it. We'll spend a medium purple to get 2 more coffee. And then we are going to suppress one of these in order to get 2 upgrades. So we'll suppress this one in order to upgrade it again, and then we'll upgrade that one back to where it was. And then we get to generate one of any color. We need more minor purples and a median green. We need a couple median greens, so we'll pick green. Pick green is generating. And we'll call that complete, I guess. All right, what's our bot gonna do? Bot is gonna play at the bottom. No, he's not. I don't get to flip out that card because he's gonna recall his stuff. So he's gonna get 1, 2, 3 coffee for all of his pieces. That means he would be at 5, so he'll gain a heart-shaped box for his trouble. And what else does he do? He tries to get a district bonus. That's right. So does he have enough icons to get a district bonus here? Probably he does. He has 1, 2, 3. He's got exactly 3. He's going to put this out here. He's going to gain a heart-shaped box for it. And what does he get for the inkpot? I don't know. Oh, he moves his inkpot, of course, just like we would. What am I doing? Okay, so he would move this here, and then he would resolve this. So he's going to gain an additional coffee. He's going to ruin this tile and gain 2 more coffee, which gets him a heart-shaped box. And then he's going to do this other one, which we haven't ever done yet. He discards the rightmost notebook tile from the bottom row. Okay, so he does this. He hucks this out. He gains more coffee, in this case 3. Top row of tiles is gone. And he can't do this one, but he can flip this over, which will then get him another thing. He now has 3 hearts to use. He'll start on this guy. 1, 2, 3. So he actually gets to the catharsis point for both of these people, which means he scores 12 points. That's bullcrap. And he's also going to gain a bright idea and a coffee, which gets him another heart-shaped box. Okay. Wow, he had a super turn. We hate the bot. He almost caught us in points. We want to do like so many things, and it's challenging to do so, you know. I guess the question is, do we want? We kind of have free reign here. We could publish a treatise. We could do that before he can get to it. That might be worth doing before he ends up resolving this and ruining our day. I mean, he'll just get a different one instead, probably. But if we do that, without ruining some of our icons, you get this one, and it would actually put us at 6, which means when we take our rest action, we can get the medal. So I think that that's worth doing. Now, is it worth publishing a second one? I don't know. I think we'll just lose a lot of icons to do it. So probably not. So in that regard, yeah, okay, let's do it. So we're just going to take one of these, I think. Or actually, you know what? We can do two. We can do two. Because we're going to rest next time anyway. But lets us play 2 cards. Now, we don't actually have 2 cards, but we can use our special ability here. Instead of publishing, we can draw a card and play a card. So let's draw one. Looks like that. We can swap this with any of the ones that are there if we want. But I don't know that we do. Yeah, I think we'll just keep this. And we're going to play this. Or no, we're going to play the other one. We gain 3 coffee. We can just immediately turn that into a bright idea. Or at the point at the end of the game. We can also consume them to do various things. And we got this one in our hand still. Okay, and then we get to resolve that action a second time, and we're going to actually publish a thing. We're going to take this one, and we're going to use these 2 to publish it that don't have any icons on it, which is pretty cool. So the way that all worked out is that now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the green icons, which means that we can qualify for the best bonus here on our next turn when we take a recall action. And we score 8 points. Do we score the 8 points at the end of the game or now? I don't remember. I think we take it now. Dark ones that are at the end of the game, that's right. So, 22. Cool. Okay, our friend's going to take an action. On the bottom, he's going to move 4 times. One, two, three, 4. He's at the top. He gets to resolve a column. He's going to resolve this one again. This tile's out. He gains a coffee. Actually, he gains 2 coffee. He's going to move Freud so he can get the most for it. This might actually be complicated. It's somewhere over here. It's probably this one. He's going to get 3 for that. No, 2 for it. So he's going to gain 2 more coffee. That means he gets a heart-shaped box. And he'll do the card. I'm going to pick one up. Swap it with this one. Play it. And he gets 2 more coffee. And then he's going to spend that to cure this dude. He's almost done. And his turn's over. And it's back to us. We are taking a rest action. We want to finish this thing up here. So we're going to rest. We get all of our stuff back. That gets us 3 coffee. We're just going to take a bright idea for our trouble. Okay. And then we get to do a district bonus. Oh, crap. Oh, wait. We have this one. I forgot to take it off. So we can put that here. It's going to increase our reputation by 1. We haven't scored our reputation ever. It's probably time to start doing that at some point here. But that's going to get us 2 heart-shaped boxes. I'm once again totally retconning and pretending I had remembered that and had spent one at the end of last turn. Anyways, we get 2 heart-shaped boxes, and when we get to move our thing up to 4. So basically we get to put it wherever we want. So if we go over here, we get to score our reputation and get something from where Freud is. So that's probably good to do. It gets us 3 points, which doesn't feel like a ton, but you know, you never get more than 7 or 8 for it. So I don't know. And it would let us take a tile, which we could fill our board. We get a reputation for fully filling it. So that's not a terrible thing to have. So let's do that. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we immediately score what's above or underneath our thing, which is 3. And then we get one of the benefits underneath Freud. So we gain a tile or play 2 cards. We only have 1 to play. We really don't need its benefit. A tile would be great. It has to be this one, sadly. And we don't get any benefits for it. Which row do we want to put it in? Does it make a difference? Probably on the red one down here. And then this is full, so we have another one of these available to us. Which is big. And as soon as we get this one, we'll unlock the other 2 and get another reputation. So that will be splendid. This looks absolutely deliciously complicated. Oh my god, I didn't see you there, Zakun. I was head down, being, you know, confused. This is like an entire Mage Knight campaign, but about someone's bad childhood. It's fair. It's fair. True. All right. So, we got to use up these heart-shaped boxes, I think. We're going to spend all 3, and we're going to go 1, 2, 3. That gets us a point. And then our friend is going to do bad things. He's not our friend after all. We hate him. He's going to go there. He moves his thing 1. He does the whole frickin' row. So, he gets a coffee. He gets rid of a tile. Joke's on him, he can't do that anymore. He does get rid of this one, though, which gets him 2 more coffee. We're going to refill this. And then the final one, what the hell is this? If triggers the effects of one of its topmost dream cards. Oh, so the dream cards do matter. Okay. Oh, he just immediately... Wow, okay. So he's using the compass arrow to figure out. So he's going to apply it to this guy, and basically he gets limited value, actually. He gets 1 point of therapy, but then he gains 3 points. And this lady is cured. And she gets one of these. Oh, wait, no. She gets one of these ones. Did he score 10 points for curing her? Did I do that with these? I don't know if I did. I feel like I've definitely made some rules errors in here. Because, you know, reasons. This one. Oh my god, I'm so out of space on the table, too. These are like hanging off the table. Okay. What a jerk. He cured somebody. Hey, he's going to draft another one of these guys. He's going to draft the compassy one. That's this one. These things are gone. It's a latent dream. I don't take that one. He takes the hardest one. There's never a hardest one, but he will take the leftmost one. All right. Whew. What a jerk. Oh, he also gets an extra coffee. All right. Zakun, welcome in. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Have you been streaming lately? Try to play this moderately quickly because I'm kind of running late. It has been not fast. So that's been a thing. Okay, we got to take some actions here. And basically I have one more thing here. So I can still place out a thing in the center. Oh, hey, I forgot. And I'm retconning it because I keep making errors in this game. But my bonus, I could have put out a tile here. I could have done that, which would have given this, would have moved that up, and I would have got to take a tile from here. It would have had to have been, it would have been this one. I'll at least do it correctly. And I don't get any bonuses or anything for it. But I did complete my board. It means I do get both of these things. And I do get another thing, another reputation. But quickly accelerates us. If I get 1, 2, 3, 4 more reputation, the game's over. So it feels hard to do, frankly. I don't know how to end this game effectively. I guess it's these things. We can get one here soon. This one, maybe eventually. I guess if he gets them, it also... it also speeds the game along. Oh, and we have this achieved now, because we have 2 of these on the board. So, look at that. Our reputation is actually substantially higher than we thought it was. Who knew? Okay. Actually, a little solo Voidfall. What did you think of it? I didn't love Voidfall. It was okay. Back in the States for a couple of weeks for work. Haven't been able to stream in Ecuador because of the drought / 12 to 15 hour daily power outages. Yeah, that would be a significant obstacle. We were talking about that before. Is that just like the way it is? Is that a... I don't know. So forgive my ignorance here, but like, is that just normal? Like, is that just the state of affairs there? You get power half the time and that's it? At best, on a good day? Also, tell me what you thought about Voidfall, because I played solo Voidfall. I played it on stream. I'd rather play this if I was going to play a game that was, you know, heavier. Right? I don't know actually that this is as complicated as it looks. I think there's a lot here, but it's rough because it's a first play, and it will be manageable on a second play for sure. Okay, so I have my board full of tiles. I don't think other tiles are going to be good enough to make it worth like swapping them out or anything. I want to try and earn these. Every time we gain reputation, we advance the reputation marker and get closer to ending the game. Mind you, we want to end the game and be in the lead. I don't know how to necessarily achieve that. I think I can be absolutely certain that I didn't score my things correctly, though. Because I should have 8, 16, 24 points, 27 from the other thing, and then I got 3 when we scored this. So I should be at least 30. I think I'm 8 points behind, and I'm going to take that as well. I hope that's not a mistake. But I'm pretty sure that that's what I'm supposed to do. Or where I'm supposed to be. Anyways, the good news is we can try and cure our patients. The bad news is we don't have any heart-shaped boxes. But we do have what we need in order to cure them immediately. We can do both. And we'll get catharsis bonuses, which will give us heart-shaped boxes. So we're going to take a curing patients turn. So we collect resources down here in order to, on this wheel primarily, in order to cure our patients based on their dreams. We got to deal with this weird violin thing. Look at that thing hiding up there. Okay. So in order to do that, we're going to spend 1 major freedom and 1 median passion. Now we don't have a median one, but we can spend this one instead. Okay. We'll get 2 points of curing therapy and also a bright idea. Okay, so we go 1, 2. That means we got the catharsis. Okay, so we get rid of this. We now have access to this player's bonus. Okay, this patience. And because these cards here are, the icons are matchy-matchy, this overlay has a impossible to see eyeball right there. And there's an eyeball on this card. Because those are matchy-matchy, we gain a heart-shaped box. Okay, we also get the benefits shown here. Yeah, I definitely missed some scoring for sure. Anyways, we get 8 and 2 medium reds. So, take our 8 points. Also discard this dream. That was 1 patient. Okay. And then we can do the other patient. So, for this one, we need a major purple freedom and a median green. Now, in this case, I'm going to spend 2 coffee to upgrade this minor one to median, and then use that. Okay, and then that gets me 2 points of curing and another bright idea. I'm gonna take a big bright idea token and leave one behind. We have 6 now. Those can just be points at the end of the game, which is pretty cool. I think that's how we're going to use them. So that's going to make us go 1, 2. This also gets us to catharsis, and it's the same deal. We get rid of the grief. It's got a wind icon, which is matchy-matchy. So we gain a heart-shaped box, and we get 3 points and a minor green. Okay, and then that leaves us in a position here where we have 2 heart-shaped boxes. It's the end of our turn, and we can use those 2 on this patient here. 1, 2, they are cured. So we get to have them forever. We get 10 points. And their ability, when we treat a client with a matchy-matchy grief and dream icon, we generate a major insight. We would have done that when curing this patient, actually. We had access to it, I just didn't bother to read it. So we're just gonna continue with our retcon and just yoink that. All right, so we got our 10 points. We now have 2 more purple icons, which is fabulous. And this dream is gone. The latent dream. And now we get to draft another character. Oh, but before we draft one, we now have 3 completed routine patients. So we get this guy. Increases our reputation yet again. When Freud's reputation gets to 10, that's the end of the game. So we're quite close there, actually. Is this one I might have missed one here. I think this tile is for having all 3 of your things. He got this first for sure. But I think that also moves Freud's thing. So when we've cured 5 patients or published another treatise or gotten 2 case study patients, the game will be over. So we're getting there. This is one thing I'm really not sure about. It's not clear in here whether when we increase his reputation, does Freud's reputation increase as well? And I think the answer has to be yes. Otherwise, the game probably gets impossible to end. But it's not obvious. So, anywho, we're just going to assume that I've done that correctly. We've done all of the stuff on our turn. And it's our boy's turn over here. What's he got? Taking this action. He's going to move his thing 1. It means he moves Freud. Or he gains a coffee. Moves Freud to the location worth the most to him. Which is now probably still here, I think. Whatever. We'll just do that because it'll be easier. He gains a thing of therapy. And this gets flipped. All right. Well, worst drought in 60 years plus almost all electric is from hydro. That is a bad combo, my friend. I was zoomed in on the wrong board that entire time. I suck. Of course, I played Voidfall using the solo-only web app, which makes it very enjoyable. Unsure if playing physically would be worth the setup time. Yeah, so that's a really good take. That's how I felt about it. I don't think that Voidfall was worth it for me to play as a solo game. The setup was extremely arduous. You know, this game takes up a table. Voidfall is this, plus there's 200 miniatures, right? and I didn't feel like it was worth it. It was interesting. I wanted to play it, but it wasn't. It was like it was not worth the setup time at all as a physical game. Maybe for more players, but not for solo, right? And this I think is I'm more intrigued by this personally than I was by Voidfall. So I don't know. Okay, can we end the game? Because we're in the lead, so we kind of want to end the game, right? We need another medal. Now, I don't think we have enough purple icons. Oh, hey, we never drafted a guy. Let's draft this one. That's purple icons right there. Boom. Latent Dream. And we want a matchy. That's wind. This is wind. Boom. Okay. So. Can we end the game? In order to end the game, we need to increase our reputation by 1, right? Viable ways that we can do that. Here, or one of these tiles. So we could publish another treatise. That would do it. In fact, that's a way we can do it for sure. We'll lose some of these icons, but we don't care because the game will be over. The only one we can publish, unfortunately, is the crappy one worth only 8 points. We could almost do one of the other. Actually, that's not true. If we use our girl's ability here, then we can do one of the better ones. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna spend 2 of these down here. Our card that we have lets us bend the rules. Instead of publishing a treatise, we can draft a card and play a card. So we're gonna draft one. We can trade it with any of the other ones if we want. I don't know that it matters. So we're just going to keep that one, whatever. And then we're going to play a card. We're going to play this purple one. We gain 3 coffee. We're going to take a light bulb for our trouble. Okay. So now we can spend these in order to publish one of these. And I don't actually think it matters which one we publish. I don't know. I'm not fully sure that it matters. I don't think it has any effect on endgame points or whatever. But whatever, we'll just take this one. Okay. So publish this. We need 2 green, a purple, and a red. I'm not tucking those under there. I'm running out of table space. It is driving me bonkers. Okay. We got that, though. We gained 12 points. And that means we have 2 published, which means we get this, which means our reputation goes up. And that means that it's the end of the game. Huzzah! So, what now? See how final scoring works. So, we score points equal to our reputation level. So I'm going to score 8. It is going to score 2. Sucks to suck. I feel like I messed up his scoring as well. Actually, maybe not. He only had the 2 cured patients. And none of these, the treatises. And maybe not. Okay. Player who's farthest ahead on the reputation track scores 2 points per published treatise and 2 points per cured client. So that's going to mean I get 10 more. Player who's second furthest gets 1 for each of those, but that unfortunately for him is only 2. Okay, count the number of districts where you have at least 1 player color in sight. Okay. Score the corresponding points on the city map for 1, 2, or 3 different districts. Okay. I think... Oh, here. So we score 4, 10, or 18. So I get 10 and he gets 4. Wow, we're just getting like a ton of points. And our poor guy here is getting nothing. For each, we score 1, 5, or 16 points for completed rows. So we get 16. And he has 2 completed rows. So he will get 5. It seems extremely punishing if you're like not quite there. Okay, so then we get points for different types of tags. I have both green ones. I have 1 purple one and both red ones. Do I have the other purple one? Does it count if it's on a client? I think it does. So I think I get 15. And then he probably also gets 15. He has both reds, both purples, and both greens. So he also gets 15. So at least he got some there. Yikes. Hey. And then case study clients without grief layers. So that's this one and his. So case study clients without grief. So I think this one scores 4 per column that's completed. So maximum of 12. So I get 12 points for that. And then his, he scores... I have no idea what his mean. We'll come back to his. Any heart-shaped boxes are 2 victory points. Convert all coffee to bright ideas. We have 1 bright idea with your coffee, so then we would have 8 bright ideas. So we would get 8 points for that. He has 2 bright ideas. So we just got to figure out his case study clients. Also, I have a strange feeling, I just had a sudden epiphany, that I feel like we're supposed to play a final round, which we didn't do, but like, whatever. I gotta wrap up, so... Yeah, you play 1 additional round, but you don't draft cards. You can't draft cards. But anyways, we didn't do the final round. I'm sure that marginally affected our score, and I'm totally cool with it. So, what do his scoring things mean? It's not immediately obvious to me. So... reputation, 2 points per reputation, I think, to a maximum of 12. And then, oh, this just gave him additional icons, which we've already scored. So that's it. Oh my god, so I got 146 and the bot got 60. Okay, so here's what we learned. Here's what we learned about this game. This thing crushes your table. I am like covered in cards everywhere and all sorts of stuff. We played with the bot on easy. I feel like the gap between easy and medium is extremely significant because basically the first like 3 or 4 turns, the bot did almost nothing, right? Whereas on like medium difficulty, it would always do some additional action. So I feel like that is a really significant piece. Medium difficulty is probably a lot harder than this. I will also say that this is the exact type of game that I like. It's like This is like, decently heavy. There's some real decisions here, but I would say that overall there's some like big positives to this game. Like I'm really enjoying this so far. The rule set was like surprisingly good for a heavy game. Did I have some rules questions? Sure. First plays are always tough. I was digging in the rule book a bunch, but overall not a ton. And I feel like there's only one or two things where it's like I'm really not really sure. And I think that there's a lot of bookkeeping, and I probably made some mistakes. In fact, I know I made some mistakes, particularly with respect to score. But I think that that's sort of to be expected on a first playthrough of a heavier game. It's just kind of the way it goes, right? But overall, it felt like there's a lot going on here, and it's non-obvious how to play well. And even though there's lots of different like options for how to score or like accomplish things that are meaningful, it didn't feel like the thing that I hate most, which is point salad games. I hate games that give you like 10 different ways to score points, and you basically are just scoring points despite yourself, right? That's not the case here. You could definitely play this and just flounder and do not a lot, but it's like there's these sort of like 5 mini games bolted together, and they feel meaningful and like interact in a useful way. That's like, yeah, scratches the right itch for me, I think. Yeah, I really enjoyed this playthrough so far. I think that this was definitely a game that I'm going to play again. Maybe sometime in the near future here. It's already set up, and that was kind of one of the biggest obstacles, frankly. And I think that, yeah, the other thing that was nice about this game is like, for a rather complicated theme, like specifically like Sigmund Freud psychoanalysis of dreams, this felt like reasonably thematic, right? You're meeting with people in order to discuss psychoanalysis, which then enables you to cure patients more effectively, as well as to publish your works, right? And that's actually tied together by the city map, where we're doing, your actions, you kind of can accomplish more if you're gathered with other people potentially, right? I think this is about as thematic as something like this could actually feel, ultimately. Is it abstract? You're, collecting these 3 resources and spending them in order to, treat your patients. Totally it is, right? But like, it's not just completely arbitrary, I guess. Like, it feels like, as much as a Euro game could feel thematic about this type of thing, it's pretty close. Like, I feel like the theme comes through strongly. The dream cards that are sort of like Dixit, like weird, funky things, that's interesting. The grief cards that, are like these weird Rorschach ink blot funky things, that's cool. Even just like the fact that the spot on the board where you get rid of the grief is catharsis, like, I don't know, there's, yeah, just throughout this there's terminology and iconography and the actions you're taking. It feels surprisingly thematic, and I like that for it a lot. So overall, I would say that, of the heavier games I've played recently, this was one of the ones that I enjoyed more. And this was also one of the ones that I feel like I could realistically get this to the table. It looks really intimidating, but the individual core mechanisms are pretty straightforward. And I think you can, you're kind of like, you can min-max your decisions, but it's not like, despite this having a large decision space, it didn't feel like it was going to be super bad for analysis paralysis prone players. So that's a real challenge for heavy games. There's a lot of heavy games that I play where it's like, I love this, and both of my common game groups have 1 or 2 players that tend to take their turns take forever. They are experience analysis paralysis, and it's just like there's no way that I could play these games with those people. And this felt like an exception. I think I'd be willing to try this out with an AP prone player and hope for the best, see how it goes. So anyways, overall, super fun. I'm glad I played this today. And things I should tell you about quick before we wrap up here. We're going to find somewhere to raid. Not sure where exactly that's going to be. Thanks again to Scotchbox for the raid earlier and M. Peebles before that. Appreciate you guys. And I'm in an ad, so we're just going to let that run out while I look for a place to raid. Okay? So... not for me. You're on YouTube, you cheater. Let's see who's in the board game category. Cardboard on tap, Bunny Kingdom, and expansions. Turn order episode 309. How have I never seen this before? Okay, we're gonna try raiding in to Cardboard on Tap. I've never seen them on stream before. Somehow my ad is still frickin' running, so I'm just gonna wait a minute here and wrap up. And Martina, I will meet you for dinner at some point here. All right, so ads done finally. I found a place for us to raid. Somehow a streamer that clearly has been doing it for a while, but I have never seen before. So maybe that's just when I'm tending to stream. I don't know. But regardless, we're going to raid into Cardboard on Tap, see what happens there. Before we go, I'm just gonna set that up now. But we are going to have a couple fun streams up here coming up in the next little bit. So I will be streaming this coming Sunday for Solo Sunday. I think I'm going to play this again, honestly, just because it's out and I really enjoyed it. And I'd like to, now that I know the core gameplay loop, I'd like to give that a whirl where I'm not having to dig in the rule book and set up for an hour and that sort of thing. And then more importantly than that, this coming Tuesday, I will be here on Twitch for my Twitch like streamiversary, and we're gonna do something fun. I don't know what fun means yet, but I will post some details in the Discord as I figure it out over the course of the weekend here, and then I hope I'll see you there. We're gonna just have some fun. I think I'll do a couple of giveaways, you know, maybe have a couple of guests. I'm not sure just yet, but I'll hopefully see you there. So with that, thanks for being here. I hope that this coming week and, well, the next couple of days here, you work a little less and you play some more games and enjoy this other stream. We'll see you next time.